Mike pissed. Mike pissed. Pissed in the mic. Talking normally now. Siblings. Hey! Alright, let's give this thing a go. Testing 1 2 1 2 7. Alright, it seems like the mic's a little high. I'm gonna adjust that real quick. Let's bring it down. Oh, I don't know, about right there. Just be a little more cognizant of it, I suppose. Alright, audio levels sound good. So let's go ahead and mute my playback. Howdy folks, and welcome back to the second paint stream. We had some problems last time running this whole deal off of my other computer with the long cables. So with some late night fiddling, I managed to get a camera here and a camera here attached to my workstation. And they seem to be working. I'm going to watch for troubles. But tonight, we're working on a couple models, a trio of Clan Tech models for an upcoming project. For a, well, not an upcoming project, that's inaccurate. For a commission I'm working on. See if we can't get this camera angled up for what we're doing next. So, I've just finished getting this model, getting some of the models printed off, or at least one for the for what I'm working on. Howdy, Wallman. Good to see you. Hope things are going well. I do have fish on my arm. Hope things have been well. I have not been attending the Infinity Nights as of late, but that's because I'm busy. Busy. Never ends. I'm actually on my last commission right now to get back into the swing of getting stuff done. But anyhow, we're gonna remove these models from the build plate. It looks like I ended up with some undesirable inclusions. And actually, it looks like one of those inclusions may have ruined this model. I might be able to fix that with putty, but it looks like I need to really clean the vat now. That's fine, but this is important. Got a bit of a headache, just wanted to check in. Well, thanks for stopping by. I hate to hear that you're having a headache. I hope that you can mitigate that and have a good evening. But it should be a fun stream. Slowly incorporating these paint streams, and you know, it's more of the whole everything is content. Just always be filming. This is not for a project, but is actually for a commission. And here I'm going to use my Bowie knife to remove these models. I did this on an old video. I can't remember which one it was. It might have been the food mech video. And unironically, this big old honking knife has turned into a pretty good tool for removing prints from the build plate. Just nice sharp edge, hefty metal tool. Works really well. Anyhow, now that we've got those removed, we're gonna toss these into my dunk tank. And this dunk tank is filled, it used to be 70% isopropyl alcohol, but it is 99%, right? 99% isopropyl by the crate. Okay, and as with any print, we've got those removed. We're going to set them in there and let them soak for a bit. I'm going to clean these, clean my build plate and my knife and put these tools up. So, knife back in its sheath, and let me head across the room real quick. I'll be right back. Turn that, and soon be able to do some more stuff with that. But this is first on the agenda, and we are going to clean up these models and get ready to spray coat at least this here Mad Cat Mark II. And I find that my supports are usually pretty good. As of late, I use Prusa Slicer. Let's get this back in the frame here. And they usually remove without any trouble. So sometimes if the parts are a little more fragile, I need to take care, but and sometimes they just come right off like that. Okay, this Mad Cat 2 looks fine except for this section right here. I'm not sure what happened, and I think I can fix that with a little putty. Unfortunately, this model is due for a commission that's due tomorrow, so I don't have time to print another one. I've just finally cleared the queue. I knew I should have printed an extra one, but it looks like a minor problem as far as problems go. We'll just put a little putty on that and get it working. If I have any putty left. Yeah, I do. I see it up there. Okay. These other models that I've printed out together constitute a autocannon emplacement, which is going to be for the upcoming Canopian infantry for my Hunchback project. Which the big Hunchback is kind of secretive. It's if you're catching this stream, then you'll hear about it. But otherwise, there will be no real announcement about it until it is released with much pomp and whatever the term is. Anyhow. Hello, RFD Hobby. Welcome to the stream. We're doing a little bit of work tonight on some battle mechs. Just pulled some out of the vat, and I'm gonna set them to cure while I prime the other models. We're doing a Kodiak, a Mad Cat Mark II, and a Direwolf for a commission that is due in about 20 hours. So I really cut it to the edge here. But digressing, it's really good to see you here. If folks don't know, RFD Hobby is a fantastic channel, hobby and channel, makes all kinds of terrain and fun builds. Went through some adversity as of recently, and is slowly recovering. It's good to see. It's good to see the bounce back. So if you're finding this channel or this stream through the algorithm, make sure to go on over to RFD Hobby and give him a look. I'm sure you'll love the content and absolutely want to subscribe. Always look forward to your builds. I just caught your RC car build. That was a lot of fun, and it really goes to show that your hobby skills for painting minis work really well on larger scale stuff. Okay, so we're kind of in a slow pace tonight. Anything scale building. Love anything scale building. I am working on some bigger stuff soon. And actually, you know, I've been talking about this hunchback. And I'm really not supposed to show it. But let me grab it real quick and see if I can't fit it on the camera. So, there's some hype. There's some hype about the hunchback coming out. So I have printed out a 1/48 scale battle mech here. Let's see if I can't get the camera on it. It's absolutely gargantuan. I can't even really film it. It's going to be really fun. So big hunchback build. Got some little infantry to put around the base. Kind of almost a diorama project, but we're hoping to get that out. Well, that one needs to go in the pocket and be ready for release at a moment's notice. In the meantime, just wrapped up that Armored Core build last night in the first painting stream, and it's going to be edited between tomorrow and Monday for a Tuesday release. So we'll have a Armored Core build and paint up to celebrate the release of Armored Core 6, which I will not be playing, but you know, want to try and snag some of them clicks, as is ever the quest for a YouTuber. But digressing, tonight's project, we're going to try to finish 3 mechs. We're doing a Kodiak in like a white color with the guy wanted digi camo pattern, a digi camo, and it is kind of hard to do at 6mm scale, so I'm probably just going to do some flecking as per my Edna and her cats video. And then the Mad Cat Mark III is going to be purple and red. And then I believe the direwolf is like an olive drab color with some tiger mouth on it. So it should be super fun. But I'm going to be locked in here for a few hours probably. And I just realized I'm about to prime, so I need these gloves again. Let's flip them back around and get it rolling. But yeah, once again, I'm quite honored to see you here, Mr. RFD Hobby. I'm a big fan of your channel. Really love seeing the stuff you do, and your tale is definitely one that is super inspiring. So once again, folks who find this stream, whether live or via the algorithm, make sure to head on over to RFD Hobby and give the content a look. You won't regret it. Some good, fun, cool stuff, and you got a real fun aesthetic for like what'd you call it, like a wasteland aesthetic on some of your older builds. Definitely very inspiring. Okay, so from here, thank you. It's been a wild ride. Content has been difficult to get going, and all of it, but I'm getting there. I can only imagine. It is pretty cool to see your garage space turn into this studio. Every time you've released something new, there's fun little Easter eggs and very obvious growth in your hobby space. Post-apocalyptic is a favorite theme. Yeah, I am a fan of it too. Although I'm usually painting infinity models, So it's kind of like a clean aesthetic. So the post-apocalyptic doesn't really sell too great. Though I've got a table I'm working on with some MDF terrain that I want to kind of reflect some civil unrest on. Let's get this airbrush lubricated and working. I might need to take it apart and clean it. Here, live on stream. Let's see here. You gonna release for me there, buddy? No? You stuck? Yeah, it's a little stuck. Okay, I think we're gonna have to take this thing apart. Give it a clean and a scrub live. Okay, so the problem is definitely with the needle there. Let's fumble. See if we can't. How about a little acetone? This boy cleaned up. I'm hoping this will be enough to do it. Otherwise, I'm going to have to soak the end of the airbrush. It's going to slow down the process tonight, but once I get rolling, it should make for some easy content. I tend to use speed paints when working on commission. It just saves so much time. And that is really tight. All right, something's going on here. All right. Oh, you know, it wouldn't be an evening without something going wrong. Last night it was camera malfunctions, and tonight it appears it's going to be airbrush troubles. Nope, there it goes. Okay, working good enough. I'll give this thing a deep scrub after the stream, but we need it now for a couple models. So the client has requested Catalyst Games models for 2 of them. So we're going to start with a few of the models, or a pair of the models, which were available in very specific containers. So the ad hoc star here contains, not really sure what all the mechs in this box are, but it does have the Kodiak, which is the one we're going to be priming, along with, there's another one down here. The client has not requested the entire boxes to be painted, so I think what's going to happen is when they get finished up, I'm going to put them in back in this container. Shipping. So we need the direwolf out of the command star as well. You say 6mm scale. They are indeed 6mm scale. BattleTech is, you know, honestly, it's even more representative. The models are a little bigger than they should be, but yeah, 6mm scale, which is super fun. Actually, if you do get a chance to pick up one of these sets, technically this is all you'd need to play, and they're usually about 20, 25, maybe 30 USD. I'm not sure how that translates to dollary dues, but they're usually pretty inexpensive, and I've been enjoying it immensely. Okay, so I think the first step here is to get out the old Stynylrez white primer. We're going to be using contrast paints and well, contrast and speed paints. So a white prime is the way to go. Oh, and it just hit me. I need my recipe.
Definitely gonna muffle me a bit, but from what I could tell in the last stream, you can still hear me all right, good enough at least. But we're gonna hit these models with a white prime coat, just a little at a time. Make sure we have full solid coverage. I really love the Stynylrez primers. You know, I live in San Francisco, so it's you know, pretty populated city. It's not exactly easy to go outside and use a spray can. I've done it a few times, but I always feel really really shady walking around the city with a spray can. There's something about expectations and whatnot. I'm assuming most folks who would see you with a spray can would assume you're up to no good, out to graffiti things. What's going on here? I think my needle was a little out of place. But yeah, the airbrush and these primers have really unlocked indoor painting for me. And I just realized we're going to be stuck here watching models dry. I think our Mad Cat needs another pass with the 2 feet. And I really don't know what to do to fill some time, so let's go ahead and maybe assemble some stuff here. So we've got our autocannon. I think I can put that together real quick while I wait on those. Yeah. I think I went a little heavy-handed on the primer, hitting those two right there. So they're going to take a moment, unfortunately. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and put this boy together. I hear firecrackers outside. People still celebrating the 4th. Well, phooey. I think that's the end of my glue there. So let's ditch that plan and pivot here. Fumbling a bit. Okay. Well, in light of this, I think what I'm going to do is take, I'm going to take 2 minutes to let this do another cure pass, and then we'll be right back. I'm going to fill my water cup and get a swig of water, and I'll be right back. 120 seconds. Okay, I think that's got it going. Let's let me double check my audio. I'm really surprised how well the mic is still able to pick up my voice with this thing on. Anyhow, I think our Mad Cat is good enough to get a little bit of putty work. So let's do that real quick. And I have some glue as well. So I think what I'm going to do is spray out this pot real quick. Give her a wash. And then one of the tips I've picked up for keeping your airbrush going in between sessions is if you're going to use it in the near future, it's good to put a little water in the pot and let it sit until your next use. In the meantime, what I need to do is mix up some green stuff. I use Gale Force 9 for that instead of the more expensive brands. You get like, I don't know, 10 times the amount that G-Dub would give you. So let's get a little bit of the yellow. Probably don't need too much. In fact, that's already too much. Grab a little yellow. Grab a little blue. Probably wanted a little blue heavy, I think, to make it a little stiffer. What compressor do I use for the airbrush? I am not sure the brand. I'm actually using the cheapest one. Let's see if it's got a brand on it. It is no name. Let's see if I can't. It is a model TC20 series. Probably about, I don't know, 80 bucks for it. It doesn't have a tank. It's just direct compression. But you know, it's been working, and it does what I need it to. So I have no need to change it out. Anyhow, let's see if I can't get this in focus. Alright, so we're going to do a little green stuff. And I've got this container out as a surface to work on. I should have grabbed some Vaseline, but it's fine. We can just use some water. We just want to make sure this stuff is thoroughly mixed. And the beauty of green stuff is it doesn't change size. It doesn't shrink while it's curing. So we'll get this mixed up. It's still a little softer than I'd like, I think. But it'll do. And let's grab a second knife. And what we're going to do here is replace the busted corner of this here Mad Cat's shoulder-mounted rocket launcher. All right. So, of course, keeping our tool moist so it doesn't stick to the putty. We just want to use the flat edge to get this thing about the right shape. Get it close enough
and it'll do. The beauty here of doing putty work on mechs is quite often it's all straight edges and flat planes. Let's see if I can't get this thing properly angled. And it looks decent. It's a bit rough trying to film stuff, I find. Just being cognizant of the angles while we're working. But anyhow, just taking a little bit of putty and teasing it into the shapes we want right here. Making sure to keep the tool moist. And in no time at all, we'll end up with a passable simulacrum of the shape this should be, just by using the flat plane of the blade. I guess I would be remiss if I didn't take a moment to suggest a good friend of mine and his channel over on YouTube. I'm going to post in the chat real quick. If you are interested in green stuff work and like a nice, calm, relaxing, happy little stream, I highly recommend going on over to my buddy Obi's channel, Nehemiah Hobby. Can I even get this? See if I can't get this a-going. Working on this little computer is a pain in the butt with this device, but it's what I have to work with. Anyhow, let's post this in the chat. Here we go. If you like green stuff and you want to learn more about it and see some really cool conversions, head on over to Nehemiah Hobby. I think he's working on some Infinity stuff right now, but he's done some Blood Bowl stuff, among others. So really cool stuff, really calm, relaxing, the perfect thing to put on in the background while you're doing your hobby work. I find myself lately that there's a certain lack of content on YouTube that can be ingested without like being invested in keeping your eyes glued to it, which makes sense, right? It's a video platform, but there's so many cool videos that I can't like hobby and watch at the same time. Anyhow, that shape looks passable to me, except for this here fold that's happened. So we're going to smooth that out. Try to keep this in the frame at least. It's a little bit hard to judge where the camera has us looking. I think I've got a delay on this here. Let's see, am I not live anymore? I am not live. Let's switch to live. I was trying to adjust something that is not being seen. Okay, back live again. All right, so we've got our Mad Cat. I think I think I'm gonna give him another blast with the UV here on the back there. Give it about 90 seconds. And we'll assemble it and glue it down to the base. I found I had got another container of crazy glue left, luckily. I think I got a little accelerator as well. So let's get this thing opened up, and with all these delays out of the way, get a rolling. Put this back. Okay, give this a peek. We still got some shiny spots on it right in here. Can't get that cured up. And if we can get it cured real quick, I can start spraying it. All right. Let's give that a try. I think he's more or less ready. Perhaps I'm jumping the gun a bit here, but I need to get rolling. Riveting content here, watching paint dry, literally. But digressing, we're in it for the long run tonight. I'll be painting these models till they're done, however long that takes. I've got about 18 hours now to finish them up. So let's get Mr. Mad Cat Mark II on a base. I scavenged this base from another excess chassis I had sitting around. So this is an official Catalyst Games base here, because the client requested that the Mad Cat base match the bases of the other two. So I opted to, sacrifice one of my model's bases, which is fine. I don't mind 3D print bases in my course, so I think that's what I'll do. Just 3D print a new base for my baseless model. Okay, slap a little Instaset on the base, and she should be good to go. All right, so these are all assault class mechs. They're big boys, lots of armaments, lots of armor, ready to destroy their opponent. Put the thing on. Okay, pop back 2 again. And now because I had that water in the airbrush, it's still nice and lubricated and ready to go. Let's dry that base a little bit there. Alright, so back to get a little bit more of the Stynylrez white. And we're going to hit the Mad Cat, and I'm going to try to go a little lighter this time. And if I do just a really light, slow buildup of the primer, it usually dries almost instantly. And I won't have to sit around and wait like I did with the other two. So light is the way, just like with any other painting project. A couple thin coats is better than one thick one. See, I've already got that a little too thick.
This is not setting back. I really need to give this airbrush a good scrub. It's already problematic. Hey, but it wouldn't be a Country Fried Minis production if I wasn't screwing up live. That's the way. All right, I think well, I thought I had problems, but it turns out the pot was just empty. But yeah, we're gonna slowly build up the white this time, and it should be ready to paint just right away if we do this in a more controlled and slow fashion. Many light passes instead of one thick one. Okay. And we'll hit these boys again. I definitely hit the Kodiak way too thick, and I'm doing it again. A little more paint. This fella should take some contrast colors really nicely. I think the Kodiak is especially important to get a nice clean white coat, because it's going to be I'm going to be using Apothecary white contrast paint. So this primer coat effectively is the main color. Whereas the other two will be getting other colors added. And I would be remiss if I did not take a moment to pimp out channel membership here on YouTube. So YouTube has recently changed their monetization policies and has opened the door for smaller channels to monetize earlier than the 1,000 sub limit. So I have applied and been accepted into the YouTube Partner Program. What that means for my channel right now, at the 700 subscriber level, is that memberships, super thanks, super stickers, etc. are now open. So Country Fried Minis is now offering channel membership for folks who want to support the art. Our lowest tier is available at 99 cents a month, so really cheap. And what that'll do is give you access to, you'll get a badge on your name when posting on the channel to signify to others that you're a supporter of the channel. You get access to some exclusive biscuit-based emojis, and you'll get Discord access. And of course, I've also offered the $5 tier, which includes all the stuff from before, but a permanent discount in the Threadless store, as well as consideration for future events streaming with the fans. So if you caught the TTRPG Tuesday episode, we'll likely be doing some of those in the future with channel members. RFD says, congrats mate, thank you very much. I'm really excited about it. And you know, I did not start this channel to make money off of it. It was always an experiment to put some content out and try to paint more models. And over the course of the last, how long has it been? year and a half, 2 years, it has grown into this thing that I love. I love making videos. It's a lot of fun. And if I can make it work and make a little income off it, at least enough to keep it going and pay for the supplies, I am all in. So expect more fun stuff, big projects, small projects. You know, it's definitely kind of a Battletech channel, really. But as the subscriber base grows enough to start getting some other things in, I'm all about it. I'd like to paint some of these fun and wacky things I have up on the shelf. Let's see what I got up here. Like, oh, how about a raging owlbear? Or I picked up this Darkhaven giant sloth. And these things, like, they look super fun, and I think they'd be a blast to paint, but unfortunately the channel's small enough now that I don't think they would warrant the effort, the whole
effort to click ratio at the moment. So they're yeah. Yeah, that thing, I had to pick it up. Every time I'm down at the Infinity Night at the local gaming store, I feel obliged to, you know, throw them a couple bucks. And lately it's been all kinds of wacky stuff. Lots of Reaper, like Reaper Bones models. They have a line of them, the Bones Black. So I picked up some of those. And then, of course, all these Dungeon Crawl classics. I ended up ordering those because they're, you know, they're super obscure. People have no idea. But they'll be fun. And I think that once the channel grows a little bit, there's enough of a subscriber base to you know, paint up whatever strikes your fancy. And that's the intention. Anyhow, get this spray booth out of the way. Get this guy out of the way. My first minis were Reaper Bones. Yeah, I really love the Reaper Bones, actually. They have some really fun sculpts. Can't dig one. Let's see. Who do we have up here? My last two I picked up. I've got... I picked up some Sligs and Squarg. They look really fun, like little lizardy fish guys. And then a three-eyed snail monster dealio. See if I can get that in frame. I picked up Ehrenborg Planomap. He's like I don't know, like a dwarven noble pirate. And then the Hillbilly, which I think will be really fun. He's got his jug of moonshine and his pumped shotgun. And these things, I think there's definitely a community out there that would appreciate these paint-ups. But unfortunately, at the moment, the channel, for one, has been built off the back of Battletech by happy chance. And, you know, I got to keep delivering to that community. I used to lose time browsing Reaper Minis at the local... Oh, I lost some of the chat there at the local... Oh, that's... I see. Yeah, I tend to arrive early at our local... Oopsies. Why is this fighting me? What's going on here? This thing is fighting me. Jump back to the front. This thing is just fighting me. I may need to charge it up. But yeah, anytime I go to our local events, I tend to show up a little early and take a little time to browse their Reaper selection. I think we need to come down a little bit more on the mic. It's blowing out a little bit. See about another decibel off of it. I think that should work. Every time I pop back on here, I'm kind of blowing my own ears out. That works. Okay. There we go. Okay, we can actually get started on some real painting. So let's dig out the wet palette, which is bone dry at the moment, and hydrate that up. And we can get started slapping some contrast colors on these here mechs. It'll be faster if I just do this. This looks like this sheet still has a little life in it, so we'll stick with it. Get it hydrated again. All right. And who's up first? I think we should start with the direwolf, perhaps. Looks a little tacky still. Kodiak looks... there's a spot of tackiness. How about the Mad Cat? Mad Cat looks the driest. So we'll start with that. And I'm pretty sure, I'm fairly certain that I picked up a purple. I sure did. So we're going to try out this Mechs purple for the first time. And get to brush licking. As is Hobby Corner tradition. You know, it's odd to some folks I know, but there's something about brush licking that just, it works. It shapes the brush back. It gets the right level of moisture instantly. It's a weird habit, but hey, it works. And I'm not ashamed to lick my brushes on camera. Okay, so this Mad Cat is meant to be painted in kind of a Clan Hell's Horses type color scheme, which is going to be, it's normally black with red accents. And the client has requested that instead we go with a purple, a purple color, and then still keep the red accents. And it looks like this Mechs purple is a little lighter than I'd like, so I think the path here is to put a layer of this on and then hit it again, maybe? Roscoe says, what human is not already filled with microplastics? What is a little paint? It is, well, it's acrylic, so yeah. It's just more plastic for my plastic biome that lives inside of me. Welcome, Ross. We're just now getting started. I've had a little bit of a fiasco with getting these models primed and entertaining the stream by literally watching paint dry. And I think we're gonna have a lot more of that. We're gonna have more watching paint dry tonight. But I've got 3 models, So we should be able to jump back and forth between them, and you know, by the time I get a layer done on one, should be able to jump back into the others. I'm going to do my best to keep these models in the frame. We're not doing any no filming for the channel tonight. This is a commission I'm working on. Last one in my queue right now. So I guess I should take a moment to plug my commissions. So, as is the case in every video anymore, in the description you'll find a link to my Fiverr gig where I offer commissioned paintings of mechs. Currently running a really great rate on them. Individual mechs for $25, printed, painted, shipped. You save a little bit the more you order, and I'm also open to custom orders for, you know, any kind of stuff. Just shoot me a message over on Fiverr, and I'm more than willing to work with you and get some commission stuff out to you. So, what brand of contrast paint do you rate the highest? The Vallejo ones have just arrived here in Australia. Shipping rates for international. So the shipping for international has been a little rough at times, but it's been fine. I send via USPS first class, and I haven't yet tried shipping something to Australia, so I know that the international rates are pretty high, but it's you know, it's negotiable. I think I'm in a position I may have to raise the prices a little bit, but for now, if you wanted to get some mechs, take advantage of the prices currently before I raise them, head on over to Fiverr and check out my gig. Send me an inquiry, and we can work something out. As far as international shipping rates, I kind of need to experience each location to ship them out. And I guess I didn't answer your question. What brand of contrast paint do you rate the highest? I've really been enjoying the Speed Paint 1.0, but honestly, I think contrast wins out for me. Though some of them are not great. Some of them are a little underperforming. I even would dare say that mixing your own with the medium is the way to go. My Slamming Out a Tournament Army video where I painted an Infinity Army in 24 hours was all done using contrast medium and just acrylic paints mixed into them. They turned out great. Just a little bit of some contrast paint and an oil wash over top worked just fine, even for those exquisitely detailed models. As far as regular paints, non-contrast, I tend to favor Vallejo. They're really, as a blanket statement, they seem a little better. But you know, it really varies from color to color to, what you're trying to get out of it. Like, I do all my bases with golden brand artist acrylics, and then if I'm painting white, I don't actually use white paint anymore. I use Liquitex white ink. Got a good selection. I still haven't tried out the express paints themselves, but I did pick up a container of the medium. It's got a weird, like, almost a gel-like consistency that I don't know if I like it. I'm not sure how to use it yet. But I've played around with contrast the most, so circling back around. Boba Fett, love your work, brother. I won't be surprised at all if your sub count skyrockets soon. I would absolutely love that. You know, YouTube, it's not about the number, but it's totally about the number, right? The goal right now is to hit that first 1,000, and at that point, YouTube will open up ad revenue, and you know, I'll absolutely enable ads where I can get my piece of that Google AdSense. But in the meantime, I'm preparing a Patreon page. And I think once we hit 1,000, I'll make a public announcement about it. It's already up, but I wasn't going to go so hard with the begging yet. But soon. I definitely know that it's a great way to give back to creators. There's a few creators that I try to give a couple bucks here and there to, because I like their work and think that, if I can contribute a few dollars towards their hobby supplies, then they'll have the stuff to keep going forward. But yeah, I'll do an announcement about that once we hit 1,000, and probably do something fun. I was thinking of reshooting the intro segment where I deep fry a model. It's a little long for YouTube. I need to get it down to about 10 seconds, I think, instead of, 30 seconds? RFD Hobby says it's not begging. Some people just recognize it as a lot of work to produce videos and want to help you out. I'm just saying, don't hold back. Well, I definitely, I appreciate that. I think it's good to take to heart. I'm excited to continue to make stuff, and regardless of any type of financial support, I know that there are folks that are enjoying the content, and knowing that makes me want to produce more, makes me want to keep getting stuff out for the folks. It's a ton of fun, and it is a ton of work. I'm probably sitting 30 to 40 hours editing a 20-minute video. I mean, Boba Fett says, you're making quality content, totally optional to support you. I think I used to be a big believer in quantity over quality, but I've found since I've been putting content out that the quality is super important. You want to put the good stuff out there, make it watchable, make it entertaining, fun stuff, weird stuff, experimental stuff. And I took 2 semesters of video art over at SF State, and I found that I have this love for video art that is getting expressed via YouTube. I'm just gonna do a new sheet here. My yellow contrast paint from yesterday is bleeding into that too much. Let's do a new sheet. Yeah, I took a semester of video art as a student, and then the professor asked me to come back as a instructional assistant. So I got to basically take the same course again and help give some guidance to the students and make tutorials. And I had to teach a lesson as part of the course, so I kind of focused on video art as it pertains to content creation, because it's kind of the world we're living in now. Even kids in their TikTok these days, you can get really creative with that and do some fun stuff even in that vertical format. I mean, heck, the thing I'm doing with the shorts here on the channel is like I want it to kind of evoke VHS episodes. Although, to be honest, I hate the vertical format. It drives me batty. But I see the writing on the wall. Okay, so we're going to start on this Kodiak. And I'm sure it's just blowed out on this camera. But we're going to use some Apothecary White, which is just, God, it's my favorite contrast paint. It makes painting white so effortless. I think I discovered this while working on my 15th Arcturan Guard. 15th? I think it's 15th. They're white mechs, but they have tiger stripe shoulders. And then you spray paint them white, you hit them with a little bit of this, maybe concentrate a few assorted edge highlights near the face and upper areas, but then that's all it takes. Do a little sponge chipping and maybe an oil wash over top. C'est magnifique. They look so good. I definitely find that BattleTech models take the contrast so well. And in fact, my my Tukia Day video that I did with Battlebound. Shout out to Tuck Davion of Battlebound. That whole set was just Apothecary White with an oil wash over top, and man, they turned out great. I painted them up to celebrate Tukia Day, and then to take to an event at the monthly meetup here in the Bay Area. Also, I'll give a nod to that. If anybody catches this stream via the algorithm and is in the SF Bay Area, come on down to Games of Berkeley every third Sunday of the month for our BattleTech Day. It's $5 entry fee. We got a great group. We play about 8K battle value. Everybody's fun and really welcoming. It's a great community. If you want to get in on some classic BattleTech, come on down. Heck, even if you don't have models, I think between my buddy Con and myself, we probably have 250 painted chassis for people to check out and play, get some variety. Really good game. It's a little crunchy. If you're not familiar with it, it's charts. It's RNG on top of RNG on top of RNG, but there's something nice about it. Feels very engaging, immersive, but also low effort. It's kind of like a board game at the same time as being a tabletop miniatures game. And wacky stuff can happen, of course. I had at our Tukia Day event, I had a crab, which is a medium chassis, take a step into some water, made my piloting skill roll and failed it, causing me to fall down. And then when you fall down, you take damage. So I rolled location for damage, which was center torso. And then when you fall down in water, you also have to roll a breach check. I ended up rolling snake eyes, or the other one, boxcars. So on a 10 or higher on 2d6, you take a breach, which what that does is the compartment gets flooded, and every critical location on that chart takes a critical hit. So since the center torso contains the engine, I took 3 criticals on the engine, and the mech was destroyed just for taking a step forward. It was wacky. But hey, I didn't quit and still had a fun time, even though I was down a mech on the first step of the game. That said, there's also like moments where you end up shooting at an opponent for turn after turn after turn, and the damage just happens to get spread out perfectly. and they just won't die. Everything in between. So yeah, long story short, BattleTech, fun stuff. Very crunchy, very chart laden, but I think it's worth playing. Kind of like a vision of the future as dreamt up by people in the early 80s with far too many charts, and it takes itself way too seriously. Okay, making some headway on this Kodiak. Just really want to saturate it with this contrast paint. I could have got away with thinning it a bit, but I'm running low on the medium at the moment, and I'm about to have to use it for the direwolf, or the Daishi as I would know it. I am forever an Inner Sphere fan. Don't give me none of that clan tech. And of course, these mechs today are all clan tech. So, you know, they just, they're better than their Inner Sphere counterparts in every way. Deal more damage, have more range, better heat dissipation, just because. I mean, there's lore reasons, of course, if you're a BattleTech buff. But if you're not, and you haven't obsessively been following BattleTech, head on over to the Black Pants Legion and catch you some Tex Talks BattleTech episodes. It's got some really fun stuff. The Ameris Civil War is particularly worth note. That and Mechanical Frog. Mechanical Frog has got some really good content. He drops content like every 9 days or something. Talking about everything from lore to novel reviews to chassis, in-depth stuff on the chassis to, I think he did some battle armor videos recently. Pretty neat. Plus he's just a super nice guy. Another one of those channels I highly recommend. Country Fried Minis approved. Good stuff. Right. Almost done with the Apothecary White here. A little heavy on this one. I think it pooled up some. A little more than I would have liked, but that's fine. They're all going to get dingied up anyways at the end when I do the oil wash. Which is probably where we'll end the stream tonight, because once that goes on, they got to sit and dry for at least 2 hours. But here we go. We've got a Kodiak base coated. We've got the Mad Cat base coated. Next up is going to be this Daishi, the Direwolf. And he wants like a Federated Suns green. I think the way I'm going to achieve that has to be with the medium. So we'll grab some technical contrast medium, and I wonder if I have some uniform green and some Luftwaffe camouflage green by Vallejo. So let's get a little dollop of the uniform green. That's probably all we need. And then I think this is getting real low. So hopefully I got enough in here to get a good drop out of it. Yeah, there we go. Get a peek at this color. I think that is indeed about what I'm going for. Okay. And let's turn this into a contrast paint. A little bit of medium. And we're going to snag just a scoop of that at first. Mix this stuff up. I think it's still a little too light, so we'll do it again. And this medium is magic. It's well worth keeping in your arsenal. I think one more. Maybe get this closer to the new Contrast 2.0 line. I know they don't have an official like 2.0, but they did change the formulation. Some of the new stuff is it's all right. Let's see, is that working? I think it needs to be a little more green. One more dip. Oh, was somebody blowing up my phone? Let's do this again. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Yeah, that's acceptable. All right. So we'll get the dire wolf going as well. This one's getting a real simple green treatment anyways. Just like a mid-tone drab green, and then it's gonna get a tiger smile, like nose cone design on it. So just a whole bunch of contrast painting for now. Real easy stuff. Basically an all-over wash. What are we going for tonight? Says Vandal Noir. So I'm working on 3 assault class mechs for a client. They're doing like, I don't know, 17 hours now or something. I've really pushed to the edge, but using some time-saving techniques and contrast paints, we're going to get them done. The dire wolf is going to be like a drab green with a nose cone, like shark tiger mouth on the front. The Kodiak is white with kind of he wants a digi camo effect, and I think I'm going to achieve that with speckling. And then the Mad Cat Mark II is purple with red accents on it. So I think once we finish this first layer base coat on the dire wolf here, I'll be able to go back to the Mad Cat and put another layer of purple on it. It's almost dry. May have to bust out the hairdryer here in a moment too. Speed things along, not waste too much time watching paint dry. But yeah, the paint stream is something I've been toying with for a while. Something I've wanted to incorporate into the channel. I have this whole idea of, if I'm doing something that contributes towards the hobby, I should be turning it into content. Whether that means editing videos in Premiere or painting models, I should be streaming it, recording it, doing something with it, because it's all time getting invested towards the channel. I guess this isn't explicitly for the channel here, because this is for a commission over on Fiverr. But I started experimenting with the paint stream last night, and had some problems. I was streaming from my workstation computer all the way over there is where I usually stream from, and I ran some 20-foot USB extension cables over here, and the same for my headset, and I got like an hour and a half in, and one of the cameras stopped working. There's some kind of problem with running two webcams off the same USB hub. Seems to be a problem. And before I went to bed, I experimented on I have an older computer here in the corner, in the bullshit corner. And I plugged the two webcams into it. I put them in different USB hubs. And lo and behold, both cameras are working. So I think I have a good and dedicated paint stream platform here in the corner, which is great. Can really make the most of my painting time and engage with community members, which is really what the stream's all about. I find that the streams are a great place for people to come in and put their 2 cents in and ask questions and get involved and form more of a community than just like, I saw your video, oh, good job. No. Y'all showing up here and engaging and asking questions brings me joy. So, like I've said before, as much as I want y'all all to remember to be happy while you're painting, your enjoyment of the platform and ingestion of the content brings me joy. Makes me happy while I'm painting. The Goatman 92, I gotta ask, why did your stream look like videos from Windows 95? Oh, yes. Well, that's because it is intentionally made to look like 95. Good catch there. I can't remember where I got the asset pack from, but somebody did some screen caps of some programs from 95, and I just thought, like, it's too good. So it's an aesthetic I have used or started to use now for the paint stream. Fun stuff. I really was kind of languishing for a while trying to figure out a good like stream overlay for painting, and this one just seemed too good. Having the paint.exe running. Plus the webcams are kind of, they're all right. Bandit Noir. So I had a bad experience with Army Painter speed paints. I based the Tamiya silver, then used speed paint, and they held initially good. But when I tried to dry brush over it, the speed paint flakes. Thoughts on how to avoid that? I think... Now, I've heard about reactivation issues. I wonder if the paint flaking... When you say the paint flake, what all came off? Was it was it your metallics that came off? Or was it just the speed paint from over top? I guess also what I would recommend to kind of prevent like layer damage in between layers is to hit your models with a good like an in-between varnish. I use this matte UV varnish from Winsor & Newton. This stuff's really good. Of course, I spray it through the airbrush. No, speed just kind of rubbed off. Yeah, so the speed paint are a little notorious for reactivation. I think what you're going to want to do is definitely once you have it in the position where you want them, you're going to want to varnish coat them. And it is a shame. They have addressed this issue with the Speed Paint 2.0 line, which I haven't personally tried. Personally, I like the performance of the Speed Paint 1.0. I think that they flow exquisitely, and the fact that they can be reactivated lends to some really quality blending. But yeah, it just like with working with acrylic inks, you're gonna want to put a varnish layer in between, and that should solve your problem and lock them in. It does, it's a pain, but I think it's worth it to get in a habit of doing those kind of varnish stuff anyways. It's a technique that armor modelers do. Like, you can kind of create a save point, if that makes any sense, for your paint job. I use it all the time for stuff like, if I'm going to do an oil wash on my models, I'll hit them with a gloss varnish first to kind of help break the surface tension of the wash, and then put the oil over top and go back in and put a matte varnish over top once it's done. Honestly, I think the simplest solution for your problem is spend a little more and use contrast instead. But that said, I like the speed paints. I think they're great. I love their flow characteristics. And if you take a few precautions, you can get around the reactivation issues. But long story short, I think your experience just really confirms the issue. They know it's an issue. Evidently, it's been addressed with the Speed Paint 2.0 line. Of course, I haven't tried the new ones. Would that make it so you can't use mean green to strip if you aren't happy at the end, though? No, I don't think so. And actually, while we're on the topic of stripping, I personally have had less than spectacular results with mean green. So what I would really recommend is LA's Totally Awesome. It works so well. I keep a jar of it. Where is it at? Is it just right here? I bet it is. I just keep a jar of it on the ready and drop the models in for like 24 hours, and it'll take everything off down to the primer. Plus, if you're in the US and you stop by a Dollar Tree, they carry the stuff for $1. So it's really, really good stuff. But no, I don't think the varnish would affect stripping, especially if you're using an acrylic varnish. Just maybe don't use a polyurethane based varnish in between. But it should it should work. It should perhaps solve some of your issues. Looks like our Mad Cat here is still a little wet. So I think that means it's hairdryer time. Let me go grab it from the batch room. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna take 60 seconds and do another pause here. I'm gonna fill a water cup, polish off this last little bit of coffee, and I will be right back with a hairdryer and we can get to rolling. See y'all in 60 to 90 seconds. All right, all right. That worked all right. I had to move some plugs around. Y'all let me know if these audio levels get a little too off. I try to not have my voice peak out too much, but I also want to keep the music hearable. So I've got my well battered and loved Conair hair dryer, and we're going to run this on low. Hopefully that's not too loud. I need to get this purple dried a little bit more than it is. In between the legs there's a little wet still, which isn't great. You know, I have an idea. I could maximize my time a little bit better here. Let's take a moment and start getting the bases restored to black. I like to start from a black instead of white base on the bases. So we'll get a little bit of this here Golden brand carbon black. It's artist grade acrylic paint. A little thick, a little goopy, so we're gonna thin it with 2 drops. So that's a 2 to 3 ratio of water to paint. It should flow smoothly. I find that the pigments in golden are really of a substantially higher quality than miniature paints. At times, perhaps they're not as saturated, but they work really well for bases. It's my go-to paint for base rims and whatnot. And this way, I'm going to maximize my time here and actually be putting paint to model rather than having y'all watch me hit these models with a hairbrush or a hairdryer. Let's see. I wonder if I could change this angle. See a little better. Yeah, it looks all right. Bring this light over too. I don't know why, but I just find that the black starting point on the bases works really well. Even if I'm going for like a light tone, like a deserty base, I'll start with black. Something about like the cool shadows and the desaturation it provides helps to provide that contrast to the models themselves. You got a nice vibrant subject on top of kind of a desaturated and cool surface. I don't know, just seems to help draw your eye to the model, which is so much more important than the base. I think these are meant to be rubble as well, if I recall correctly. So I'm probably gonna... I'll start with a black base on them, and then we'll put some... Oh, what's the stuff called? Something Crete. Rockcrete. I can't remember the name of it. Astro Granite. That's what it was. The GW texture paint. We'll use some of that. Put a little texture on the base. I think I could use perhaps some leftover 3D print supports, and then hit them with a little bit of the dirty down rust. Make them look like bits of girders. Something like that. Something creative, but low effort. And it all starts with this nice desaturated black cool shadow. Okay. I don't have anything to set this model on. I usually keep a piece of foam nearby. That's fine. We'll just set it on the cutting mat. And hopefully this will buy me enough time to have these models dry enough to get another layer. I think our Kodiak is fine. If anything, it might be a little dark. But it's fine, it's fine. Might do a dry brush over top, actually. Maybe bring some white back out. Try to keep these in frame for you as well. Is it getting damaged? No. All right. But yeah, we're locked in for a while. We're aiming to completely finish these models tonight before bed. Though I don't know how much work I'll get on the stream. I'll probably get them to a nice and done state, or mostly done state, and then hit them with the ink wash or the oil wash, and then call the stream at that point, because they take like, it needs to sit on for like 2 hours before I pull it off again. But that means we'll get through like the base coat, we'll get through applying metallics, get through, I mean, hopefully in a perfect world, get these done. Worst case scenario, I just gotta, set my alarm for early and get these done. Technically only one of them's due right away. I'm not sure how, but the client ended up ordering the pair of these catalyst models as a separate order from the 3D printed one. And the 3D printed one is due in, well, tomorrow afternoon. I'm really bad about procrastinating to the last minute. It's nearly got me in trouble a few times with some large commissions. But I am nothing if not a champion procrastinator. Comes with the territory with being a collegiate student. Something about, like, I don't know, the deadline almost forces me to see how close to the razor's edge I can sit. Nothing like writing a paper with only 12 hours left. I've got to wonder how universal that is. What green is that? Says Metamock. So what I used for this green was 1 drop of, see if I can't get this in the frame here, 1 drop of Uniform Green by Vallejo and 2 drops of Luftwaffe Camouflage Green. So a 2-to-1 ratio of this darker to the lighter, and then it's contrast medium. And it's kind of a nice desaturated military-esque color. I probably could have gone with a little more paint in the contrast medium. So when all these little crevices here dry out, I'm going to do another layer over top. It's almost supposed to be like a Federated Suns type color. Fedcom green. But you know, now that I think about it, I bet the new Vallejo, is it Vallejo? No, the new Army Painter Battletech line of speed paints has that color in it. Let's see here. Let me pull it down off the shelf. She's right up here. So I've been meaning to bust this thing out for a project soon, but Catalyst partnered with Army Painter to do some Battletech flavored speed paints, and it looks like there's a Davion green that I bet you kind of matches that color pretty well. I haven't opened this up yet because I'm saving it for a video. I've got a series I've been sitting on called 5 Generations of the Catapult. I've got 5 different sculpts through the ages, and I want to do one for each of the 5 great houses using that set. Should be fun. It just, you know, I plan out these videos months in advance, and then something will come up. Like that last poll I put up for the community, you know, we're going to do Titania. And that was like, what, 2 months ago when I put the poll up, and I still haven't started on her. And in the meantime, I've got 2 other projects which have taken precedence, but I've got her here. So we're going to do this eventually at some point soon. A lot of skin involved, so she'll get a paint up talking about glazing and how to get nice smooth skin tones. Maybe do something with the scars. Should be fun. It's going to be an essay on pinup models and why maybe you should paint a pinup for your collection, and how within reason art made for the male gaze is still okay in this world. Should be a fun piece. And given that it's taken so long to get to this point, I think I'm gonna, you know, take my time with it and really do something fun with it. Now that purple in the crotch on this model is just, let's just pull that out of there. I think just pull that on out. Just pull it on out. Shoot, get rid of it. That's some hellacious pooling there. Because I need another layer of purple on this guy. I'm wondering if it is indeed just another layer of purple it needs. So bad. I should not have let that guy gunked up so bad there. About to have to pick this off with tweezers. Maybe hitting this with the hairbrush. Hair dryer was a bad idea. So now I have a mound of paint. Just pull it off. Pull it all off. Okay. You can't loosen it out. kind of at a loss of how to progress here. I want to get this purple a little more rich, a little darker. Maybe null oil first. Let's try that. So, could try this here. Createx transparent purple. Which is really badly separated. Actually might be unusable. Yeah, I think that's ruined. Yep. Crap. So yeah, I think I need to darken this down. So let's hit it with some null oil. Let's hit you with some null oil. And hopefully that'll do the trick. Get it nice and dark in the crevices. And then we'll hit it with purple again. I think that's the way here. I don't think it's supposed to be super vibrant. Kind of like a dark purple he sent. And this Megos purple's not doing what I needed it to. In fact, I probably should have done traditional painting on it instead of trying to go for a contrasty type deal. But hey, that's you live and you learn. Sometimes you gotta pivot and try some different tactics. And even now I'm second guessing this. But the beauty of painting models is if you screw up, you can always do it again. In retrospect, I probably could have airbrushed this like a deep purple first. And then hit it with an ink wash or maybe some gray contrast paint to get some nice contrast into it. This might do the trick. We'll minimize the null oil color when you hit it with another layer of the perp. And worst case scenario, I've just wasted all this time and can always strip it and repaint it. But let's get some nice thick ink wash all over this guy. And once it's coated, I think Kodiak is fine. Doesn't actually need extra stuff at the moment. And then we need to hit the direwolf with another layer of green. Now this is interesting, I think, to note how most of the time when you're applying null oil, or an ink wash in general, you don't want it pooling. You don't want a really heavy wash of it. You just want a real nice subtle effect from it. But this is a technique I often use with my infinity models. I'll start them with a solid base coat, not this contrast stuff. Solid base coat, and then a real thick, heavy, super heavy Nuln Oil wash. And I'll build back up the base tone over top of that, and just use the Nuln Oil shadows. So this is a niche technique to really saturate these things with the ink wash. But I want to push this model into shadow and desaturation, so I think the Nuln Oil will do. Hopefully. I'm telling myself more so than I'm telling you all. Let's try and get some of this paint off the fingers. And then, who's next? Direwolf? Direwolf. Mostly dry. I think in that case, let's take a moment to prepare some oils for later. Alright, so what you're going to want to do for oil paints is get you out a piece of cardboard. Brown cardboard is really good at absorbing oils, and because your oil paints are suspensions in linseed oil, they need to have it removed. So we're going to start with, I always use a mixture of burnt sienna and lamp black oil paints, and kind of want to, make sure that the paint is pushed up to the end, and that way it's not just a big blob of oil when you put it out, but you can see it's very oily, as it should be. It's oil paint. But we're going to put a little on the cardboard of both of these colors, and then let that kind of sit and marinate for the next, I don't know, half an hour, something like that. Set it off to the side. Trying to think what the next step we could do here, keep things moving. And I think it's going to be flecking this here Kodiak. Let me get a refresher. Let me get a refresher real quick what this is supposed to look like. Log into my, pull up my order here. And it's this one. Okay. Here we go. I can't make this out at all. Okay. Let me let's do another 60-second break. I need to pull up a higher resolution image of the reference real quick. So let's close that, and I'll see y'all briefly. Going back to the BRB screen for just a moment. Pulled up the higher resolution version. Looks like, excuse me, looks like it's supposed to be kind of blacks and browns. So that's what we're gonna go for. And let's see. I think the best way to achieve this is definitely going to be flicking off of a brush. I think a toothbrush will be a little too uncontrollable. So what about this guy and a toothpick? Grab this. This is rock solid. I think that brush is going in the trash, actually. How about let's try out this fan brush. I don't really have a use for it otherwise. Also, I don't mean to keep bumping the camera here, but it's coming down from there's like a boom arm coming down from the ceiling, and it is very much in my face here. I guess you can kind of see it on camera here. But yeah, I don't mean to keep hitting it. Just, it's gonna happen. No. Expect more of that. Excuse me. Okay, so from here, we want hang that back up. I think that might be exactly what we're after. Now, it looked like it was kind of browns and blacks, and we'll use some. Do I have a good brown for this? Maybe I could get away with a little bit of Mornfang brown and some XV88, and then we'll use the black that's already out. Maybe thumb flicking is the way. Alright, so let's start with the black, and we're just gonna, which one was it? It's this pile. Give it a good get there, and then we're gonna splatter them up. Yeah, it's gonna work really well, actually. Exactly what I'm going for. And just get some nice spattery speckles. Kind of hard to do this in scale otherwise, now that I think about it. And this is supposed to be inspired by the Tundra galaxy of the Rasselhog Dominion. I'm just going to do speckles all over. Build up a variety of them. And it's not really like not really the proper effect of a digital camouflage, but the idea is to kind of evoke this at arm's length distance, and that's really the most important aspect of it. Is, in fact, I was just talking to another YouTuber in their stream late last night about like painting realism versus evoking the aesthetic. Like, imagine you're painting flames, for instance. And realistic flames would go from very, very bright at the source of the heat, and then they'd go up to like a darker color and fade off to black even. You've got like smoke coming off of it. But so often you see like little flames on models painted up in the opposite way. Like they're red at the base and then they go up to really bright at the tip. It's not realistic at all, but it evokes that feel. It evokes that intention to the viewer. So in that case, is it more important to go for realism? Or is it more important to achieve instant and subconscious recognition in the viewer? Okay, so got our black flecks. We'll do the same thing with some Mornfang brown. If I can learn to control it. I may need to thin it some. Get it to function properly. Put a little drop of water in there. Just a little bit. Yeah. Try again. Hey, I'm just making it up as I go. Yeah, that's performing a lot better. Can't really tell what direction it wants to go. But going for it. Oop, I got too much on it. Well, shit, that sucks right there. So I need to put some heavy spotting right there. On tonight's episode of I Have No Idea What I'm Doing, gonna fake it till I make it. Thing is a hot mess. It's fine though. It'll look fine in the end. Every model goes through an ugly phase. This one in particular. Very hard to control. Try to get a little on those inner thighs. Alright. Good enough. Let's add some XV88. Try the same thing. This paint ain't been used in so long, it's separated. Let's get it a-going. Alright. I picked up this XV88 to paint my towel, and then I never started on them. They're just sitting in a box, completely unassembled. Of course, I haven't played Warhammer in 3 editions, and I'm not particularly intent to do Warhammer content on the channel. There's enough of it out there, and though I do love me some Space Marines, I think people have seen enough Space Marines. Alright, let's get some XV88 on this bad boy. I cannot tell where it's going. There we go. Just gotta get really close. Just realized it's flying back in the direction of my thumb. I could probably get a little more control by working that direction. But hey, ain't that what this hobby's all about? Experimenting, growing, learning. Pretending like you know what you're doing so you can put together a YouTube channel. Okay. We got a model. That is substantially speckled. I want a little more right here. A little more there. A little bit of that brown too. A little bit of both. Okay. Alright, we got a real messy looking speckled ghost bear. This is not ghost bear, it's Wrestlehog Dominion. He's speckled up. He's mostly white, got some patches of color. Good enough. Good enough is good enough. Our boy in purple is partially dry. Let it sit for a bit longer. And I think I almost just knocked this model into the oil paint. I think the direwolf is close enough to dry to put another layer of the contrast. So just going to take some contrast and add it in here. And we're going to make it a little thicker this time than the last mix. I want this substantial coverage. Or I want substantial coverage out of this. Kind of darken up some. So here we go. Let's see how well this works. Okay. Initial impressions are good. But last time it kind of flowed down and lost some of its deep vibrancy. Just like with the purple, I almost feel like I would have been better off just painting it the color, solid color first. But it'll be fine. It'll all work out in the end. They're just going through their ugly phase right now as they get layered up. We'll get a little more detail too once we get to the metallics. Create a little more surface variety on them. I'm also realizing going forward that I should probably do, oh, I don't know, 5 or more models at a time in a paint stream. If we're doing like all over coats like this, I want to try to minimize time spent watching them dry. The hairdryer helps, but you can only do so much. And I think it's also worth mentioning that these models are being painted with, how do I say, a bit of reckless abandon here. Because in the end, they're going to get an oil wash, which will really grime everything up and tie them all together. And, what's the term? Hide your crimes. You get away with a little bit less cleanliness on your layers if you're doing an oil wash at the end. Or at least that's my experience. And it saves a lot of time. After all, here at Country Fried Minis, we're not making competition-winning pieces. We're getting models done and enjoying the process, being happy while we paint. These techniques are accessible to painters of all skill levels, especially beginners. A good friend of mine once logicked this concept to me by more or less suggesting, do you want an army of like half painted exquisite models? Or do you want your models done? Like arm's length quality mediocre models painted in mass sure beat having an army that's 60% gray with a couple of really nicely painted characters in there. Don't get me wrong, the individual, it's really nice to see really well painted stuff, but it's a lot cooler to see the spectacle of fully painted force where everything is, acceptable. Good enough is good enough, as I like to say. We're going to do so much weathering to these anyways. It'll all look great in the end. Okay, layer 2 of the green going on. It's a little patchy. It's fine. Once you do the sponge chipping, it'll kind of unify things. All right, you're green. What's next? Purpley boy is purple. Not purple enough. Still having that same problem with paint collection in this one location. mop some of it up. There we go. Still needs a bit of drying time. I think in order to keep moving forward, we're going to go back to the Kodiak. Start putting in some metallics. All right, so we want jet exhaust. Jet exhaust Vallejo acrylic metal color. That's what we're doing. Few drops out. This stuff is magic. You want to get you one coat coverage. Metallics that just perform. Get you some Vallejo metal colors. They're so good. I can't remember where I heard about them, who recommended them, but ever since incorporating them into my painting regimen, there's nothing compares. They are a little thin. They kind of almost apply in a similar fashion to the speed paints. They're really thin. They can be a little hard to control at times. Like right there, I just got some on the inside of this area, so I'm gonna live with that mistake and embrace it as intentional. Get that inner lip painted as well. I always love this stage of painting mechs too. It's like you get the get most of it done, most of the base coat done, and it's looking all right. Might even be looking bad. Then you get the metallic implements included, and it really starts to come together. Of course, sometimes you screw up and get metals where you don't want metals. You gotta try to remove them and lick your brush 30 times live on stream. But hey, that's fine. I'm not the only brush licker out there, and I ain't ashamed of it. Seems to be more common than I expected. I used to think I was weird for doing it. Now I know. There are reasons for it. Anyhow. Continuing with the jet exhaust. We're going to paint the claws, the gun barrels, any vents. Obvious like rotation points. The downside of this stuff is it separates really readily. It is very much formulated for airbrush use, so it's worth going in every now and then and giving it a nice hefty stir. Hopping back over to your model, put a little on, go back, give it a stir. But man, you know, one coat coverage, nice smooth metal color, and it almost performs like a speed paint. It gets a little bit of that like sinking into the crevices action. Just it's so good. So I definitely recommend picking up some Vallejo metal colors if you ain't played with them before. Give them a try, learn to use them. because they are good. And they are beautiful through an airbrush. Nice, smooth metallics. They're even better through an airbrush. Or, I guess it's not accurate. They perform differently. They go down in a really smooth, consistent coat through the airbrush. And then hand brushed, they kind of get, well, all the qualities I just described. The one coat coverage, sinking into the crevices a little bit. The downside is they're very thin, so they readily fill up your brush and can end up outside of your intended location. But if you're careful and you practice with them, man, they're so good. So very good. I think you'll spend about $12, $10 to $15, somewhere in there for container, depending on where you buy them. I wonder if this one's got a price tag. It does not. I've seen the multicolor packs at the game store for like $35, and even that, it's such a good deal. You get so much and have to use so little. Good times, good paints. Okay, so we got the vent, we got the ultra auto cannon, the LRM, the claws. I'm thinking these little round bits here could use some metallics, and it'll break up that real dark speckling right there. Either side of this knee. And then what I'll do is when these when this dries, I'll go back in with a Nuln oil and very deliberately and carefully apply it over top of the metal, and just c'est magnifique. It looks so good. So yeah, I'll take a moment once again, if you found this stream through the algorithm and you're interested in getting some ready painted mechs for your lance or your tabletop or your RPG experience, whatever you need some mechs for, hit me up on Fiverr, toss me an order, and I'll fumble my way through some mechs and pretend like I know what I'm doing. And maybe even farm your content or your models for some content. I'm more than happy to work on custom projects as well. I'm more than happy to negotiate painting models to a higher standard as well. Check it out. It doesn't cost you anything to head on over and send me an inquiry. So check out my gig page and send me a message if you want to talk shop. And that's over on Fiverr, and you can find that in the description. I think I have it in the description of this stream, but it's in the description of pretty much all the videos, my Fiverr link. Let me know if you want some models painted. I can definitely make a version of your vision come to be. Competitive pricing available, shipping included. Okay, there's these little like ball joint things here. I think I'm gonna hit that as well. Yep. There we go. And there's a little bit of it peeking on this side too. Let's do that right there. So I think this thing looks like some kind of end cap for the ultra autocannon, so we're gonna give that a silver coat too. Create a little contrast to the white surface, break it up a bit. I think the quote-unquote mouth of the bear probably should also be rendered in metal. He's got a metal jaw. There we go. And then we've got these ball joints for the legs. See if I can't thread the paintbrush up in there. A little touch of it. There we go. Cool, cool, cool. I may have fumbled that one real good there. Yep, I got some paint where I didn't intend it. So we're gonna pivot and pretend like that was intentional and just get all this machinery down here as metallic. There we go. Same on this side. Try not to paint outside the lines too much, but you know what, if you do a little bit, whatever, it's fine. Not painting these to win a competition. I mean, we still want to do the best we can within reason. You know, not exactly commissions to break the bank, right? So like there is a certain amount of give and take there. Like how much quality are you willing to put into your models at the price point that you've offered your clients? So let's say I charge $60 for a set of models. I'm not gonna spend 60 hours on them. That's asinine. And even then, like spending any more than 6 hours on the set is kind of asking for trouble. I think boy, I don't know what to cover up here. I'm kind of leaning towards this whole assembly being silver. But on both sides, it's like a substantial part of the patterning. I think what we'll do is make this little ring underneath it the metallic part. And kind of break up that continuous patterning. Yeah. That's what we're doing. Both sides. That way I keep the speckling and the inspiration artwork kind of has the speckling in like clumps of a color. So I think if I were to take out that effect on the shoulders, I'd be losing too much there. Anyhow, let me know in the comments down below what your favorite camouflage pattern is. Okay, how dry is our purple boy? Almost is the answer. Almost is the answer. I really don't like what's happening with the color here. How do we fix this? How do we fix this? How do we fix this? These look kind of patchy. I'm kind of leaning towards suffering from a bit of the little bit of sunk cost fallacy here on this Mad Cat. I really don't want to start from scratch on it, but I might have to. See if we can't dry it off some. I'm going to hit it with another layer of the Magos purple. And if it doesn't improve it to an acceptable degree, I may just have to airbrush the whole thing purple. And honestly, I'm kind of thinking that's what's going to end up happening. Which sucks to think that the last bit of time on it is wasted, but it's not just not doing it for me, you know. So let's try. Let's get a little more purple. Let's do a second layer and see if it gets that vibrancy that I'm after, or that richness. Because I'm not going for a vibrant purple. I want like a deep purple. It might work. It may do it. I'm hoping it does. I kind of put this purple on expecting it to perform a little bit more like the Imperial Fist yellow color, which does a lot more of its contrast effect on the surface. So, you know, so far it's looking okay. It might be salvageable. Plus, they're getting weathered. They're getting ink washed. They'll look fine. It'll be okay. Plus, I think this is getting like red details added to it. That'll really help break up the not quite right purple. And then of course the ink wash over top is gonna really grime everything. It's almost like a grim dark effect that'll happen, for lack of a better term. Just like an all over grimy, gungy, darkening. Maybe 2 layers of purple is just what it needed. Put a little more out. I've also got some water slide decals from Fighting Piranha Graphics. I think I'll put some numbers on these mechs as well. It'll help to disguise some of the crimes, some of the errors. Strategic placement could help. Some of the more patchy stuff. Okay. That is a lot better. That is so much better. Definitely like the deep purple I was going for. I hope it retains that vibrancy. And then how dry is our green boy here? Almost is the answer to that. That metallic could use a little time to dry as well. Let's hit the green boy with a hairdryer. It's another one of those tools that, like, I have one because I have long hair, right? But it's such an invaluable thing to pick up for your hobbying that, I mean, you really, if you don't have one, pick one up. Next time you're out at Walgreens or your local, I don't know, where you buy a hairdresser, Dollar General, Walmart, local mom and pop, if you're shopping online, Amazon, it's 20 bucks. Get you a nice, what is this, Conair 1875 hairdryer. It really helps to accelerate dry time. I took a lithography class where we were making engravings on stone, and there were times you needed the stone completely dry, and this is the tool. Get you a hairdryer, blow some hot moving air onto your subject, and really accelerate getting that work done. I see little crevices here with just like wet still. They're almost dried out though. Okay. So, I can tell it's working because it's drying out my wet palette some. Let's rehydrate that a bit. And back to the metallics. Alright, let's see where the Daishi gonna get its metallics. Usually, just automatically without thinking about it is weapon ports. So in this case it's what? I think it's an LRM 10 on the shoulder here. That's gonna go silver. And I think I'm even gonna get the rimming of it in metallic as well. Automatically. No thought. Go all the way back to this first panel division even. Since this mech is just like solid color, I think we'll focus a little more on the metallics here. Get a few extra bits and bobs to break up that surface. Okay. Like all these little greeblies up here, I think they deserve some treatment. It'll help help break up that monotone feel of this model. In fact, I'm going to do this whole panel on top. Right here. Looks a little out of focus. Can't quite tell. Let me check the audio levels. What's going on with the music here? It's not what I was thinking the music playlist was. 1 2 feet, Lupus Nocti. Here, let's scroll down through all of this. Rishko, Lupus Nocti, Lupus Nocti. I don't know what that track was with all the guitar. Okay. Just kind of caught me off guard there, given a listen. Not what I was expecting. Let me scroll back down so I can see that. There we go. All right, back to it. Back to the grind. We have now just gleated all over my table there. We've now, I think, graduated from the base coats finally on these 3 models. Through much suffering. Should have maybe gone with a solid color on the Direwolf and the Mad Cat, but that has been mitigated, and because we're working with 3 models, it's easy enough to juggle between them and mostly get the layering done without having to spend any significant time drying. I think if I was working on a full Lance or a full Star, like 4 or 5 mechs, I think there'd be enough time in between each model to get them done. But digressing, these have been close enough. And we're done with the base coating and on to applying Vallejo metal colors. Which again, this stuff is magic. Just pow, 1 coat, done. It doesn't clot details. Real nice coverage, really high mica flake content. Super bright. It is a little tricky to learn to use them, of course, like I mentioned earlier. That was itching me. But you know, you paint a few models with it, you learn to use them, and I contend if you pick yourself up some Vallejo metal colors, you'll love them. I picked some up and I haven't looked back. I don't even think I use my other metallics at all anymore. I got 2 colors. I got a dark silver and a bright silver. I got jet exhaust, and the other color is called duraluminum. Hell, oh man, Okay, so this guy's got like a little rangefinder here. I think that's also going silver. So the Kodiak over there is white, but it's got like a speckling effect. So it has a whole bunch of stuff breaking up the surface. The Mad Cat is solid purple, but is going to have red detailing on it, which will break up the monotone surface. This guy does not. This direwolf is just straight up green. So to help break that up, I'm going to go all out with these metallics and get more of the surface, more of the little bits and bobs and details in the metallic color. Should really help to break up that green and give a visually appealing contrast. Let's see. I think all the way through there is going silver. Digressing, I hope some of y'all out there are doing your own paintings, working on your own models, finding time to, as Ninjon would say, slay the gray. And if you are, find yourself working on some stuff, let me know in the comments down below what you're working on, what you'd like to work on. Army plans, big projects. I want to know. I want to engage in that dialogue with you. That's why I'm here on the platform, after all. Okay. Little by little, creating that visual interest. This boy's got silver elbows. Well, I guess not elbows. That'd be the elbow, wouldn't it? What's next? I think, well, all the gun barrels gotta be silver, right? Just like, how else would you know they're weapon ports? RFD Hobby says, I'm getting some soot off models, currently some Star Wars Legion. How goes the soot removal? I saw your content with that. I'm definitely a little concerned about all your paper products in the terrain. I hope that it's going swimmingly and your damage isn't too stinky. I saw those unfortunate rings where the models were standing when the incident happened, but it looked like some of it was coming off. It's definitely really awesome to see you recover some of that terrain. Again, another shout out to folks who are finding this later on through the algorithm, who are not live at the moment. Make sure you go and check out RFD Hobby. Got some really cool terrain, really nice aesthetics in his builds. Recently went through some, how should we say, trials and tribulations, but things are bouncing back and slowly slowly becoming right again. I gave away a bunch of Space Marines to another YouTuber to help out. I'm throwing a few out, just too much work. But I got a bit that'll be worth redoing. Yeah. It just... I'm a big believer in healing through the hobby. And I definitely know the pain of too much. I got a problem. I had a problem with kill team boxes. So I ended up picking up Octarius and Chalneth and Into the Dark. There's one other one. And they're just they're sitting on the shelf over there. And then I went and picked up another GW box. I got Cursed City sitting over there. It's just too much. Too much work. Although I guess in this context, too much work is has a slightly different meaning here. But digressing, it is genuinely good to hear things on the mend for you. I got 3 boxes of Conquest models I want to build and paint, plus many more videos. Haha. Oh, I imagine it's somewhat universal to have a years-long backlog of stuff to paint up and make content out of. I can't tell you how many like little builds, just like those Reaper Bones models, and then stuff on the shelf over there. It's like, oh, this will be great for a video, and then you know, and then Armored Core 6 is coming out, so you got to paint an Armored Core model and film it and edit it in 3 days. Which I still gotta film that. Speaking of, I mean, still gotta edit that. I finished painting up. There's always a new thing to yeah, exactly. It never ends. You know, I foolishly thought starting a YouTube channel would make me paint more models, that I would get more work done. And I guess it's partially true. I probably do paint more now than I used to. But definitely not to the level I was hoping for. Just, you know, you paint some stuff up to take to your local gaming night, and then you show up and you're like, oh, that's cool. That'd look good in a video. And you buy it. It sits on the shelf for the next 8 months. Or you put a community poll to the people who watch the channel to paint this one thing, and then you make 3 more videos in between it. Once again, a big apology to Country Fried Minis enthusiasts. I have not started painting Titania. I teased it. I asked you what you wanted to see, and that information went in one ear and out the other. I've been working on other stuff. I am planning on painting up Titania. We'll get that skin tutorial out. I just, you know, I thought it was important to get a model out for Armored Core. I thought it was important to work on the big hunchback, which it is. It is super important. And actually, I probably shouldn't be talking about that, but if you found this stream, you're in a privileged position to have a preview of what's going on there. And in fact, I guess I'll talk about it a little more. So, I try not to commit to any time frames. I find each video will lead to a new idea or two, and I'll get sidetracked from any kind of schedules I had. Yeah, yes, that is extremely real. I did that community update video, and I posted on screen these videos on these dates, and it's like, no, that was not only did none of those dates get met, but none of those videos got made. Not a one of them. But it's, you know, it's fun. It's fun. You never know what's coming out. Where was I? Oh, I was talking about the Hunchback video, which I shouldn't really be. Should have been just kept completely under wraps, but you know, it's a big project. I'm excited about it. It's a big project. It's a big model, 1/48 scale. She's like, what, 12 inches tall or something. I got a gigantic. It's over across the room. I can't get it right now. Got a gigantic hex base for it. And she's going to be first Canopian Brigade. So I'm embracing the Battletech community meme of Canopian cat girls. So the Hunchback is super appropriate for Canopian Brigade because it's kind of an ubiquitous chassis. It would be very available to even like a planetary militia. It's, you know, super common design. It's what, a 50-ton mech with a AC-20 in its shoulder. It does one thing and it does it well, and it does it cheaply. So the Canopian Brigade would have them. But the Canopian Brigade, being from Canopus, well, everybody knows about Canopian catgirls. So I picked up a full set of catgirl styled Imperial Guard models. And we're going to do the base up like a diorama. With a whole bunch of catgirls running about the base. And then I even got a mildly inappropriate pilot model for it. So I'm going to try to touch on a few themes there. The Hunchback, the Catgirl, and the Thirst. Should be a fun video. I'm hoping to get some serious interest. Ever since the big Urban Mech video, I've just been really chasing that a similar success. I cannot believe that video performed so well out of nowhere. But you know, it was Battletech that kind of got this channel rolling. The Building a Battletech Lance Part 1 video vastly outperformed the channel size, and it was really with that one moment that this channel became, well, a Battletech channel. And though I would like to paint other stuff and graduate from just Battletech, I will hold true to that community base and continue to promise fun Battletech stuff Whether we're doing big mechs, old mechs, speed painted mechs, you know, something else that I haven't thought of yet. We'll keep that ball a rolling. Okay, so speaking of mechs, we're just about done with the metallics on this here direwolf, or done with the base coat of the metallics. They still need a Nuln Oil wash. I think we're going to try and get a little silver in these crevices on the arms as well, right here. Try and also keep that in shot. Oh, it's midnight here. You know what that means? I missed my Duolingo for the day. I'm supposed to be practicing my Spanish. It's okay. I think I have a streak freeze. And we'll be alright. Okay, Direwolf has lots of silver on it. A little patchy on the green, but it'll be okay. I use some Warhammer Tau models in my terrain photos. I get questions about those models, not because of the Games Workshop Warhammer thing, but Mechs look sweet. Yeah, you're not wrong. I don't know where I set the model from yesterday. Where'd I put her? I did finish my Armored Core model. Oh, it's all the way up there. Yesterday. That'll be fun. It's coming out Tuesday. Coincide with the release of Armored Core 6. Picked up the Ray Leonard. It's the name of the company, I think, that made it. The Aliyah 3. Real fiddly model. Was a nightmare to work on, but boy, is it pretty. That'll be coming out Tuesday. Mechs are awesome. What is next? This purple boy here is still a little tacky. And I want to remedy that. So let's do the same treatment here. And dry this down some. Let's see. I don't really have anything I could pivot to. I have all these models up on the shelf, but none of them would really... I don't think any of them would be appropriate to pivot and start base coating. Especially because these got to get done for commission. They were on clearance. There were some MechWarrior miniatures that came out pre-painted. I never played it, but I picked up a couple packs to use the minis and stuff. They were on clearance for the heart is covering the dollar amount. So I'm guessing no one played it. Are you talking about the WizKids version, the click-based game? Because if so, I picked up a whole bunch of those years ago on clearance for really cheap, and I played a few games of it, and it was actually kind of neat the way it tracked the your models would degrade as they took damage. They had heat trackers, which was really cool. The scale was a little weird. They're like really big compared to these models. I'm assuming they're like 15 millimeter scale ish. It was neat. I had a really cool Locust character that had a alpha strike ability, and basically you would when you made a successful attack, you could click your heat dial down to overheat to shut down, which would shut you down, but then you count the number of clicks and deal that number of extra clicks to your opponent, which was insane. You ended up with this this super light, fragile little mech that shouldn't be doing any kind of real damage, utterly wrecking opponents in a way that makes no sense. For those who know CBT, Classic Battletech. It was fun. It was really good. I think I ended up spending like $25 on a full set of 2 armies to play it. Just like found a website that had them all on clearance. Picked them up. I think I was paying 20-30 cents for infantry models. It was absurd. And looking back, I wish I would have held on to them. One of those things I had years ago that just I didn't ascribe the value I should have to them. I've seen some folks convert those models for use on the tabletop in Classic Battletech, but they don't. The scale is very obviously different, so I don't see how you could get away with it. Though, if you showed up at the game day and you had the click-based models on 30mm hex bases, I wouldn't complain. The game's kind of representational anyways. There's a different Battletech game called, I think it's Battle Force, which represents infantry and tanks and stuff as just like tokens, and then the mechs are smaller. They're like half the size. And I think those are more accurate scale-wise than the current models. And of course, you know, Battletech's played on the hexes, so it's kind of like kind of board gamey anyways. So a strict adherence to realism is kind of a moot point. Okay, we are plugging right along at a slow clip here. Getting some metallics on. Purple boy. I am quite pleased that the purple did indeed get richer. How much effect that Null Oil had? Who knows? Anyone's guess. Doesn't really look like too much, actually. Squalor Squid, what's up? Is the purple scheme a specific camo from a unit or something? So the client requested... He sent me a picture of the Mad Cat 2 in one of the Hell's Horses colors. So it was black with red. And then he wanted the black replaced with purple. So it's going to be like a purple and red with some metallics. Real simple paint job. Not trying to, not trying to destroy myself on these. They're, I more or less do my commission work at, I want to say just a tabletop standard. It's some base colors, some ink washes. I'll do an oil wash at the very end. Do a little weathering, a little sponge chipping. Just, balancing time spent versus money charged for the models. Although this client ended up maybe paying a little extra because he requested these two, the Kodiak and the Direwolf, as catalyst, and normally I do 3D printed, so I had to charge to pick up the boxes that contained them. I painted a lance in Xerius purple because I thought it looked cool to learn painting, and wondering if I could retcon it into something. You know, I think you might be able to argue that the Free World League, pretty sure they're like purple and red and blue, purple, red, blue. Sometimes they're purple and white. But yeah, I think the beauty of BattleTech is even if your force doesn't like match with one of the great houses or some military force that's canon, there's nothing stopping you from saying they're a mercenary group painted in whatever color you say. Why not? Trying to think if I have any Mechs proper. I have stuck to canon units. I've got some 15th Arcturan Guard. I've got 3 level 2s of Comstar. I've got a something revolutionaries, free Republic revolutionaries. I've got some second Albion training cadre, which is like they're light gray and blue with like some silver on them. They looked interesting, so I painted them up. I did the Atomo Lance, so they're just black and gold. Who else? Got some Davion Heavy Guards. They are, I think they're like the middle third of them is red, and then it's a white and a blue stripe to either side. Who else? I did the 12th Vegan Rangers, which are just straight up camo. It's like a brown, tan, green, light green, splotchy kind of woodland camo color. Yeah, you know, you could probably get away with going to Unit Color Compendium and just searching your colors, and I bet you'd find something that would work that's canon. But I guess what I'm underscoring with that is, like, you don't really need to. It's not strictly necessary to apply canonicity to your units, because they could just be Mechs. I mean, really, if you wanted to just like give your force the Grey Knights treatment and spray paint them silver and hit them with some Nuln Oil, it'd work. Why not? And I think that's something that I really dig about BattleTech. It's kind of this massively overblown, fluff-filled universe with way too much going on, and it takes itself way too serious, but it's also kind of set up in a way where you play it how you want. You play what era you want, what technology base you want, what rules you want, what colors you want your guys to be. It's largely user defined. I mean, hell, there's not even like a standard format of engagement like Warhammer would have. It's not like I'm playing this size map in this type of mission. Hell, you'd be hard pressed to find missions, I think. There's a few in the rulebook, but they're kind of more like guidelines. Okay. Alright, got some metallics on there. Some bits and bobs. That looks alright. I think now we need to do the red on this here purpley boy. So we're going to go with a little Mephiston red here. Little Mephiston red. And I'm probably going to thin this out. Let's see. 2-to-1. 2-to-1 paint to water. Maybe less. 3-to-1. Just that 1 drop of water should do. Seems a little runny for being a base style anyways. I wonder if it's starting to separate. Is there a good design to try in terms of the stripes? Like stripes, checkers, etc. to learn new techniques if I've mostly been doing things solid colors with metal cockpit and hazard line details? There's definitely some fun ones out there. I chose the 15th Arcturans because they are they have tiger stripes on the shoulders, so they're white, solid white, but then they have orange shoulders with tiger stripes. They were fun. You know, I think to more directly answer your question, I think the next step to try out some new stuff would be maybe try painting some camo. And it'll open you up to like you'll put a pattern on the mech that doesn't care what the underlying shapes are. You're focusing on making a pattern that kind of works. Is that out of focus? Is it not wanting to focus? I can't really tell. But yeah, I check out the 12th Vegan Rangers on camo specs. They're like just a splotchy woodland camo. I did mine with, let's see, I started with XV88 and I gave them a dry brush with, I can't remember what the lighter tone was. It might have been Xandri Dust. Or Ushabti Bone, maybe. But I started them brown, I gave them a dry brush, hit them with an ink wash of Agrex Earthshade, and then started putting in splotches of, what's the green? What's the current green? Warboss Green, I think is the name of it. Some black patches. It worked really well. I was very surprised with how clean they turned out. And of course, you know, if it goes poorly for you, you can always just toss them in some LA's Totally Awesome for about 24 hours and that paint will come off. Oh yes, it will indeed come off. I have a short on the channel about it. you want to see how well it performs. I think it's the same stripper that Casey from eBay Miniature Rescues uses. It works really well, and if you're in the States here, you can pick it up at the Dollar Tree for $1. I buy it by the gallon off of Amazon when I need to re-up, and it lasts for ages. Anyhow, yeah, just check out the color compendium. Just look around. Something will jump out at you. It'll be fun. I've got a buddy who recently did a king crab, and he wanted to get brave with the coloration, and painted a big old skull on the front of it, and it looks awesome. Came out great. He got out of his comfort zone. And it was a good choice. Get a little red on this purple boy here, and you know, honestly, with this purple and red, this very much could be Free Worlds League here. Fun stuff. Oh man, it's remarkable how, like, you put a few extra panels of colors on it, and all of a sudden they what was once a hot mess where we struggled for 30 minutes in the stream to get it looking decent, it starts to come together. This kind of is just busy work at this point, really, though. Can't wait for the fun little details, the chipping and the washing, the basing, cockpit details. I don't know what I'm gonna do cockpits wise. I think they should all be different. Nothing cohesive. It's unusual to have a client pick up multiple individual designs instead of like a lance. And you know, for commission work, if I'm working 5 models of the same color, that's substantially easier than painting 5 individual paint jobs. Because you can rank paint them and save so much time. Like, what I'm doing now is kind of rank painting, but I'm switching between a lot of colors. So not exactly the same. Let's turn this into a red stripe, I think. All the way up it. All these little details on the top. Get some red. We're going to do the same right here. So I've got that spot right here where the putty kind of stands out as putty. So I think what we're going to do to kind of break that up, we want to put a line across the line. So I'm just going to put another stripe up here. Ooh, I just pulled that curved though. I have to widen it out to compensate. Yeah, let's put a little streaky boy right there. I don't know if that's really showing up on camera at all. I do wish that my webcam was a little better, like the footage that I get for the videos proper. But you know, the stream's more about just hanging out and waffling and kind of talking about stuff, really. I've presented this stream as if it were content for y'all, but really it's content for me. This is a place where I get to engage with you fine folks while painting models. And speaking of engaging with y'all folks, I'd like to drop a reminder that YouTube has allowed me to monetize the content. As of recently, we now have channel memberships. So if you'd like to become a part of the Country Fried Minis community, go ahead and check out the perks we have offered at the $1 tier. You'll have access to an exclusive channel-wide badge that goes by your name when you comment, as well as access to exclusive biscuit-based emojis, and of course, access to the Country Fried Minis Discord channel, where you can get in touch with me directly and show off your cool stuff, as well as do any kind of self-promote and all that stuff. At the $5 tier, channel members gain access to permanent threadless discounts for channel merch, as well as inclusion in community-based stream events. There will come a time where we stream some games, maybe some tabletop RPGs, maybe some games. But channel members will be considered for inclusion in those events. So check it out if you want to support what I do. And of course, as always, I don't need your money to have support. Just give me a like, give me a comment, give me watch time, and YouTube will know that this content is something that people want to see. I will continue putting out the fun stuff here at Country Fried Minis. Okay. So I've just done the cage around the cockpit here. Seemed appropriate to do in red. And that's what we're doing. And any spots that have kind of gone outside the lines will get covered up when I do the cockpit jeweling. I think that is purple and red. Let's put a little red on the back end to ensure that it continues to read as those two colors. Just a little bit more. I want it to mostly be purple, but I still want a little bit of red from the back. So how about these little bits right here? Yeah, that looks great. Fun little model. Mad Cat 2, Mad Cat Mark II. Definitely like this chassis. And I am not a fan of Clantech, but something nice about it. Cool design. It's got a dual Gauss rifle. Taking heads off of Mechs. Okay. He a purple boy. Looks alright. Okay. So I think the next step now is to use this Nuln Oil. It's still on my palette. And we're going to shade up. Make sure all this red's out of the brush. Whatever I didn't miss with my mouth. And we're gonna put some Nuln Oil onto the metallics. Just we're not flooding the areas. Just getting a little extra shading there. A little bit of forced shading. It's really good for stuff like man. Hold on a second, folks. My phone is blowing up. And I want to check it real quick. Let me go do that. I'll be right back. And I see your message. I will respond in just a second. Because it is quite interesting. Okay. All right, I'm back. My phone's been going off, and I think it is. Oh, it's spam. Hey, it's spam. So, Squalor Squid, have you tried painting the Catalyst Elementals? Their size seems pretty challenging, but the small size would be quick dopamine. I have not tried the Catalyst Elementals, but I do have some Elementals that I've printed off that are about the same size. And I did some Phalanx, I think is the name. Some Phalanx battle armor for my Atomo unit. They were actually a lot of fun. I got away with doing like just a solid color and then an ink wash, and that did a lot of the heavy lifting. And I went back in and picked out a few panels, like I think it was like a shoulder pad and a knee pad, and I did them in a secondary color. And then I used my tiny little brush to do a bit of a lens jeweling effect on their view screen. And you're indeed right. It was like quick dopamine. You get them done. They look great. They look serviceable. And I think that's what's most important. When you're painting up your models, like, yeah, you see people with fantastic models and it's like, oh, I want to emulate that. What's most important is when you hold your model out to here, arm's length, can you tell what you're looking at? Can you see the details? Can you make out, like, do I see that this guy is white with silver claws at 3 feet away? Yeah, good enough. You know, does that Wild West gunslinger, does he clearly have a tan trench coat and metal colored pistols in his hands? If you can make that out at a few feet away, that's all that really matters. I mean, if I think back to all the gaming I've done, and that's looking at the last 20 years of miniature wargaming. Yes, people occasionally will like pick up your models and want to scrutinize them and look at them up close. But the vast majority of people you're playing with are going to see your models from across the table without ever picking them up. And if those details are clear and can like inform your opponent at a glance what's going on, it's perfect. It's the right amount of detail. And I say that because, once again, like, I can get 5-6 models done to a good enough standard in the time it would take to do like a little extra on a on like a character model or something. You know, that's kind of the approach I take with Infinity, the game. I tend to do a little extra on my models. Usually takes like 6 to 8 hours on a single model. And then the entire army of them's 15 models. Battletech, I guess you could take the same approach, really, because you only need like what, 4 models on the table. But Battletech also has the gotta catch 'em all problem, where like, oh, I only need 4 mechs, and then next thing you know, you've bought a $200 case to store the 200 chassis that you have because you have a miniature collection problem. And like half of them are painted. I don't know. It's I guess the takeaway is if you haven't tried painting the Catalyst Elementals, you should give it a go. You don't know till you know, right? I think it'd be a blast. And of course, who am I to give any advice? I'm just a guy who's painted models for, you know, like since 2001 or so. I think that's, yeah, 2001 is when I started playing Warhammer. Right when the Tau came out. And I'm still a mediocre wargamer and a mediocre painter. But what's most important is I'm okay with that. And it brings me great joy now. And I want to share that joy with y'all. Am I rambling? I'm rambling a bit. Perhaps I'm just waiting on that dopamine hit from getting this set done. But once again, this is kind of the busy work stage on these boys. We've done the base coats. We're doing the we've done the metallics, so now we're washing the metallics. I think the next step is to use some, might get out the Agrex Earthshade and kind of put a little bit of shading on the midriffs and the lower legs. And then what's after that? Cockpit canopies. Oh, this mech right here is supposed to get a like a shark mouth on the nose cone. So we'll do that here in a bit. Getting there. Little by little. But I've been at this for 3 hours now? Something like that. But I'm in it for the long haul. I'm going to get these done. I think I'll post a picture to the community post when they're done as well. Because at the end of the night, I'm gonna get out that oil paint from earlier and hit them with a wash. And that actually has to sit for like 2 hours before I can remove it. It's a real nice cheaty way to get some spectacular results on your models. Especially anything that you want, like grimy or grimdark or, you know, battle mechs or space marines. It definitely feels like cheating. It don't save you any time, that's for sure, but it saves you a lot of effort. It even allows you to be a little sloppier with your highlight layers. Okay. This boy's almost ready to be set back down. Linoleum oil working its magic. What's next? Right here. Oh, I left out some metal there. Let's put that down now. How did I miss that? Probably from waffling on. Talking about nothing. Filling empty space with my inane ramblings. Okay. Let's see if I remember to go back and wash this here in a bit. I bet I forget. Calling it right now. All right. Let's do the ink washing for the purple boy. A little bit on the missile pods and the SRMs. And these things, I don't know what they actually are. I think they're just design implements. Gauss rifles. And the laser ports. Other Gauss rifle, other laser port. This bit of metal, that bit of metal. Real quick, rapid fire, get them done. This one, that one, this thing. Good enough, it's good enough. Always pays to remember that. Okay. Alright, that was fast enough. I can remember to do the little bit right here. Now, get that. Alright, metal washed. What's next? I think what's next is where's my black? We need to do the nose cone patterning on the dire wool. So we're gonna make a nice thinned down black. And then we're gonna swap to our, what's the right size here? Maybe the 20-0 brush. Get a little hydration. And then we'll bust out the .20 liner. This is super fine point. I don't know if that shows up against the contrast here. Super fine point. And it's good to remember that it's better to do most of your painting with kind of a fat brush with a sharp tip as opposed to this really fine one. But in applications like this where I'm about to do a really fine bit of detail, that's when you want your ultra fine brush. So we want like a, do I want to just follow that crevice there? I think I kind of do. Yeah, it's not really going to work for a wavy line. I'll do the wave at the bottom. Or not. A simple shape is better. Just, or at least what's happening here. Simple shape is what's happening. There we go. So this guy's just getting a full-on grin. It goes almost all the way back here. Might as well just color all that in. And we start with our black here. All right. Yeah, there we go. And I think complete the look, we want like ooh, I hope this isn't a mistake, but I think we want a red nose cone. It's like usually what they look like. Does give it a bit of a clown nose situation. I might have to put a few red details on this green mech. Nightbound at Battlebound. Nightbot at Battlebound. Jackpot. Also stop spamming Cavs warning. Man, you got more patience than I do. What is happening? Oh man, it's been a long day. It's been a long night of painting. I think it's funny. I added this the bot to the Discord channel, and it gave you a warning for all caps. I need to make sure to remove that. So this client has specifically requested a like a nose cone tiger grin type situation. So that's what we're doing. And I put that red on the tip, and it's definitely got some clown nose vibe going on. I'm a little worried that if I do red detailing, it's gonna kind of get away from what was originally requested. But I think if I put some red details, ball gag, yeah, exactly. It is right in the mouth. Yeah, I think to avoid this situation, I need to put a few small red details on the mech. I'm making an executive decision. And if we put a few little elements of red, just a couple, just a few little bits, it should help to get rid of that clown nose look. Ah, someone has a loud vehicle. I think there's black on my brush still. Mech fiction. I wonder if there would be a way to paint mechs that evoke that. Like maybe done in muted tones that are evocative of the character's individual like clothing palettes. A couple guys in tuxes. Something to evoke a white beater and being blood spattered. Definitely some creative stuff out there. I've got a couple of berserkers that I printed out. Really fabulous sculpts that I was going to do as the Super Berserker Brothers. It just a failed video idea that hasn't panned out. Okay, so now that I have put a little red on this, I'm distinctly getting elf instead of clown. Yeah. It's well, it is what it is. This is where we live now. So maybe just a little bit more. Just a little bit more red. Just a bit. Just the tiniest little bit. Went from one extreme to another. Okay, this is yeah, this is where we live now. That's fine. It looks fine. I think those little bits of red break it up enough without detracting from red, red, red. I mean, from green, green, green. Don't know my colors anymore. For those of y'all who are not in the know, you want to see some pretty awesome episodic player v player action, unboxings and more, head on over to Battlebound and check out their content. Give them a sub if you haven't already. Definitely worth a watch. I can't recommend it enough. Friend of the channel, Battlebound. Okay, so from here, we need a little white on the mech. Thanks for the holler. Anytime, brother. Definitely some fun content over there. We're going to go with the Liquitex acrylic white ink. I almost exclusively use this instead of white paint. It has insanely good pigment density, and the pigments are, they seem finer. They don't get as chalky as some of the GW stuff. So we need little teeth, little teethies, little teethies, lots of little teethies, lots of little teethies. Steady as she goes. Barely see what I'm doing. Bet y'all can't see it at all. You know, doing stuff like this is when I really am reminded that I ain't a teenager painting models at my parents' house, trying to be quiet and not wake my dad anymore. Feel it in your back, and neck, and eyes. Okay, there we go. But one thing hasn't changed from all them years ago. I am still licking my brush. Oh yeah. So, I can't see. Keep on squinting. Speaking of getting old, didn't you just have a birthday recently? Happy belated birthday, good sir. You're officially old. By virtue of birthdays? I don't know. I think Battletech's kind of one of them games in that special category that is better. It was on the 8th. 41. Yeah, they say 40 is the new 20. So, living it up. BattleTech is a great game too for oldies as well. It's just as welcoming to the newbies as it is to the old grognards. Alright. I'm getting some teeth on this guy. It's looking alright, I think. Let's see, I got a bit of a stream delay here. Yeah, okay. That's why I always shoot for cool concepts and fun scenarios for all levels of players. Yeah, I really like the thing you're doing with the legends. That seems really fun. Because I know, like, it's hard to get into a scenario and be like, oh, I miss. And instead, you're playing as heroic, legendary figures. Oh, you know what, Tuck? While you're here, I gotta show you something. Since I've already kind of started talking about it, even though I shouldn't be talking about it, I got this project I'm working on, you see, that's coming out. It's coming out. And let me get this camera back so we can pan it out enough. Check out this bad boy. I can't even get into the frame. It's a 1/48 scale Hunchback for the next video after the Armored Core release coming out on Tuesday. I got a really fun build going on. I printed out a 1/48 scale Hunchback. I've got a 12-inch wooden hexagon blank, and I printed out a whole bunch of Cat Girl infantry. They're Imperial Guardsmen, and we're gonna go first Canopian Brigade and have a bunch of Cat Girl infantry scurrying about the feet. Should be fun. And that is, well, that is going to be rushed to get out. Next bit of content coming out is Tuesday, and that is a paint up of an Armored Core AC to celebrate the release of Armored Core 6. I'm also thinking of doing the Old Man Old Game stream with Technoir TN. I think we're gonna talk about Armored Core 1 and play some old PlayStation 1 multiplayer on stream. We'll probably do about 2 hours of that Tuesday night, 6 p.m. PST. Because why not Cat Girl Infantry? I imagine most references to the Cat Girl would be what, that one piece of art that's got like the... Is there a cat girl in that picture? It's like a fish lady and something else. Alright, I think this says I will be LUCKY if I get Raiders of the Lost Ark out by the end of this month. Yeah, that's fair. I like that you've been managing to crank out some stuff though. I've really enjoyed seeing your Tales from the Road stuff. I guess that was also the Legends, right? Okay, so we now have the requested detail here. We've got the purple and red. We've got the Kodiak. I think the next bit is to start the preliminary weathering, and I'm going to achieve that with... Should totally come out to StrategicCon next time. Yes, I am absolutely planning on it. I just Rose City Raid ate so much money. Actually, the big thing... So I had some major car repairs to do. And I took it into the shop. I was expecting, about $500. I was prepared for $500. And he found some major issues. And it ended up being like $1,700. And that kind of wiped out all travel and frivolity for me for a while. As a student, I live on a student's income. Okay. Oh, I've been down this road. Yeah. Oh, it hurt so bad. Luckily, I had I had it at the time. I mean, I didn't have it, but I had it, and I covered it, and the car runs better than ever. She's an old beater, but she does the job. But yeah, it hurt. It's like months worth of extra money for me. Okay, so we got a little bit of Agrex Earthshade, and this is just gonna be to... Ooh, goodness gracious, that's way too dark. I need to thin it. We're gonna 1-to-1 thin it down as soon as I put that on there. In fact, we're probably doing 60-40 water to paint now. We want like a brown tone. I got lucky on the road. I had a huge nail in one of my tires, and Discount Tire pulled the nail out and repaired the tire for free. I was prepared for spending like $300. Dude, that's awesome. Discount Tire. I know I've heard of them before. Okay, so for here, we're now putting on the first layer of weathering, if you will. We're gonna just hit the lower extremities of these models with this Agrex Earthshade. Thinned way down. Way down. And it's dark here, especially on this white, but it'll tone down a bit. They had the advertisements where the lady threw the tire through. Oh, that's fun. When did commercials stop being fun? Okay. So what's happening here with this Agrex Earthshade on the lower extremities of these models? It's gonna kind of dingy up the lower areas and also really tint the crevices and kind of help sell that these models are, they're out in the field, they're caking with dirt and grime and dust and soot and whatnot. But they're also, this Agrex wash is going to help reinforce that the lower portions are in shadow. Let's see if I can't get a better angle here. Sell that everything's in shadow, and ensure that the brightest area of the mech is on the top, where we want our eyes to go. Just a quick griming, little bit of grime wash here. The cheap trick to get you to kind of look at the face and the center torso instead of the legs. Like, who cares what's going on the legs, right? Man, I never would have even thought about that, lol. Yeah, it's well, Well, you think about the guys who do like the high-end painting of like 28 millimeter people. You really you can cut some of the effort out of the lower extremities to focus more highlights on the face, and it really, because I want to be, I'm looking here. And in fact, when I do my oil washes, I end up taking all the oil wash off the faces. This is why I never win anything in mini painting contest law. I've given up on trying to do mini painting contests. I put a bunch of time and energy into my Infinity Army, and took them to an event thinking, oh, I'll enter it in the painting competition. And it's like, oh my god, some of the guys there just they kick ass, and they spend hundreds of hours on models, and like, I'm not doing that. So I've got a pretty strict concept of, good enough is good enough. And I think I keep circling back around to like getting them done is the most important part. At this age, I just want to paint things that make me happy when I look at them. Man, you are dead on. And I think that is sage advice for anybody who's catching this stream now. I'm going to quote you on that. Just paint things that make you happy when you look at them. Ain't it the truth? And if it makes you happy, who cares about the rest? That's all that really matters. I mean, sure, there's some appeal to painting up your models to go show them off and get that satisfaction when your buddies are like, oh, that's awesome, and they pick them up and they look at them. But really, you don't owe nothing to nobody. And it's all for your own enjoyment of the hobby. Tell you the truth, I actually hate miniature painting. I hate the process of it. It's tedious and time consuming, and it blows my mind that some people actually enjoy this part of it. But when you get that model done and you take it in and you really produce something that makes you happy, that's so good. And it makes agonizing through the steps of tedium to get there so worth it, in my opinion. I enjoy it when I know what I'm doing. Yeah, I feel that too. We actually had a bit of a mishap earlier in the stream. I started with the Mechs purple on the Mad Cat Mark II, and it was not looking good. It was looking bad, and kind of fumbled through another layer of Nuln Oil and then Mechs purple again, and luckily it worked, but for a moment there I was panicking, thinking I was gonna have to just repaint it. And when you're working on commission, that is sold at a competitive price, I should add, any extra time spent working on stuff or reworking stuff is rough, because that's cutting into your bottom line. And I mean, to be fair, I have no life. I make YouTube videos and I go to school. That's my entire existence. I got nothing else going on, but still, you got to put some value to your time. And when you end up taking on a commission and you work for you end up working for $2-3 an hour, is rough. But that said, I think we're making good time. I make YouTube videos and go to sleep. Yes, sleep is good. I slept a little too late today, actually. I was up super late. I caught a live stream of Paganico last night. She went live at 3 a.m. and I watched it. I watched it for 2 hours before laying down, so I was not falling asleep till the sun came up. Kind of wrecked me for today. Okay, so we need to think about some cockpit colors for these mechs. I hate that little droplet of brown that ended up right there. We're going to cover that over real quick. Actually, while we're at it, might as well put a few little cheeky highlights on the Kodiak's face. Actually, let's just bring the whole thing out. Bring the face out. That white while I have it. Okay. That looks a lot better. Okay, so I need to think about cockpit colors. I think we want to do an orangey tone on this one. Yeah. So let's start with, let's get some Wild Rider red. Oh, this paint is chunky. Ooh, good lord. That's bad. A few drops of water in that. Oh, GW paint pots. Why? Why are you so bad? I think we need some acrylic medium in it as well. So I'll put a few drops of that as well. Okay. So my Wild Rider red. Obviously I haven't used this in ages. Have you printed one of those pot holders? I have not, and I need to. I was working on some yellow mechs the other day and got out my Imperial Fist contrast paint, opened it up, immediately tipped it over. So I don't know if you can see this, but this is a brand new pot and it's about 60% empty because GW paint pot. They're so bad. But, they've been paint pots for ages. And that's not going to change. I start to say that's not going to change anytime soon, but I don't think it's ever going to change. I don't think it's in their agenda. So, I think you're definitely onto something there with the pot holders. I need to. Do they have an official product yet? If they don't, then they're really missing out. Now, one GW product I do really enjoy is the old painting handle. This thing's great. The new one, that crap's, it's bad. It's too fiddly, too small. Anyhow, let's see if I can't capture this process on camera. So we're going to take this is a 3.0 round brush. I'm going to start with just a flat coat of the Wild Rider red. Try to keep this in frame for y'all. My Marauder took a nosedive from it. Oh, the grabbers are too loose on the new one. I really love their Bad Moon yellow contrast. I haven't tried it yet. It was a bit of a discussion earlier about what's better, contrast or express paints or army painter speed paints. And I'm kind of in the camp of I like contrast. I think they're all around the best performer. Though that said, I do really enjoy the OG speed paints. I think that they have a really nice flow to them. And the reactivation quality can be used to your advantage when you're like blending colors. Okay. This 3.0 brush, too big. Let's go with the 20.0. Eat some more paint on the stream for y'all. I say it's for y'all, but it's really for me. Yummy, yummy paint. Alright, I'm going to thread the needle here and start with this orange base to the cockpit canopy. Okay. And we'll let that dry and move on to the next one. And what color in the Kodiak's eyes? I think, do we go green? Green-eyed bear? Red-eyed bear. Gotta be red. Gotta be red. So we'll get a little red. Put it in there. I've lost the detail of the eye sockets, so I'm just gonna kind of wing it and fill the whole deal. Okay. I'll do that. And then this side as well. Fill the socket. Fill the whole thing. Okay. Kodiak's got red eyes. Now, I need my Calidor Sky because I can't paint a purple and red Mad Cat 2 without tossing in that Free Worlds League clashing blue somewhere. So we're going to go with a blue cockpit on it. I don't know if the guy intended it to be Free Worlds League. I don't think so. But based on the colors that were chosen and requested, it's pretty Free Worlds League to me. And it just feels a little weird without some blue in the mix. So we'll use the blue on the cockpit canopy. And I probably should have thinned this down. But whatever, it's such a small amount of paint, it'll be fine. I'd rather get the one coat coverage. Try to do this for the stream as well. So the process here with the canopies. they're going to start with this base color. And then I'm going to grab a contrast paint that's like a darker version. And I'm going to toss that contrast into the canopy area. And then you go back with the original tone and work it into the corner. And then you add a little lightening to it. So in the case of the blue, it's going to get white added to it. And then in the case of the red and the orange, they're going to get yellow added to it. Just because, you know, the whole like red tones and white don't really... It moves more into like a fleshy color, pinkish territory. I don't think you really want that for this kind of application. I want to keep it very warm instead of a cool white. Okay. Almost done. And there we go. All right. Need a little more paint for y'all. Let's start with I need Gryph-hound orange, Blood Angels red, and I don't have a blue contrast, so we'll use the High Lord blue. And I'm also realizing now that I have Hive Dweller purple, and that probably would have been a better color choice for the purple. So let's start with Gryph-hound orange. And I'm just going to use my 3.0 brush from earlier. Grab some directly out of the pot and just slap it right on. Ow. A little bit there, a little bit there, a little bit there, a little bit there. This one, I'm okay with being a little sloppy about the placement because I'm going to go back and paint some of these cross members, I think. Maybe not. Looks alright as it is, don't it? Yeah. I won't do that. I lied. But what I will do is fill in that extra window that I missed right here. That butts up right against that red nose. Gotta remember to come back and put a little Gryph-hound orange on that. Okay. Blood Angels red. This one is really important to be very careful because it will stain the hell out of that yellow. Yellow. Out of the white. So we're just going to very carefully precision application. So this is doing a dual purpose of darkening down. I just realized I didn't have that in the shot at all. It's going to have the dual purpose of darkening down the eye sockets, or that initial color, as well as like put some shadow to the crevices. And then we're going to do a single drop of the High Lord blue. Tiniest little bit, don't need much. Try to get this in the frame this time. There we go. I realized too that my filthy hands are taking a bit of the focus from the shot. I apologize, but hey, they got covered in paint while I was flicking it at the Kodiak. Let me also take a moment and give a hearty thanks for all the participation in this stream. I'm really humbled by the amount of folks who've showed up to check out what's the painting that's going on over here. This is definitely one of, if not the most successful stream so far. I will continue to do the painting streams. Although I don't really have a schedule. It just, you know, if you see them, pop on in, say howdy. Yeah, it's y'all's participation that really make this whole thing work for me, and I am truly humbled and super thankful. Thank y'all for being here. This is amazing. Here we go, little Griffon orange. All right. I might have to fix the what do you call it? The cross members in between these windows. I'll do that here in a bit with the uniform green. But now that we've got the base tones put down, we'll go back to our original tones, I think. Let me put out some yellow as well. This is Phalanx Yellow by GW. Going to put a drop of water here so I can dip into it freely. And we're going to take some of our original color, get it real thin down, and kind of glazing isn't the term. Maybe it is glazing. It's almost a glaze. I'm going to kind of put it to the bottom right of all these panels. Bottom right. Okay. And we'll take a little yellow and we'll mix it into our last mix. And then while it's still wet, I'm going to work that into the corners. A little bit more. Kind of a back and forth process here. A little bit more in the corners. And then we're going to take a little bit of pure yellow and try really carefully to just get it in the very corner, the very tippy do. There we go. Same here. All right, and then once that's done, we can go back to our white and wipe most of it off the brush and just put the tiniest little dot that we can muster on the opposite side. Not all the way, but close to that other end. And that's going to create our specular highlight. And then these little windows are so small that I'm just going to skip it on those. Just put it on the 3 main windows with the 20-0 liner. And it looks, good enough. I'm just glad to see you on at the same time as I was awake and also working. Yeah, it's I don't know how to describe it best. I have long burned the midnight oil. It's like this is when I'm awake, and it's interesting to note that, like, as an American, it's very easy to get caught up in the whole America-centric view and forget that there's a whole world of YouTube enjoyers out there. And I have found that from time to time, late night streams are pretty good time. All right, so we've just done the same thing with the red. I don't think the orange is quite doing it enough in the corner, so we're going to take a 50-50 mix of Wild Rider Red and Phalanx Yellow. Actually, more like a 60-40 right there. A little water. We're going to put these in the corner. The corners, just the corners. A little bit. Tiniest bit. Clean it off. Okay, so this application right here, you'll see me eating a lot of paint. But this situation here is exactly when brush licking is the best way. I know it's gross. I'm eating acrylic paint. Yes, it's probably going to kill me one day. But I'm switching back and forth from color to color to color to color. And I'm also wet blending a very small bit. I need to very quickly go from one color to the next. So doing that licking the brush when it's such a small amount removes instantly all the paint, moistens the brush, and shapes the tip all in one swift motion. And so, am I wrong to eat the paint? I'm not doing it because I enjoy it. I'm doing it because it's effective. Alright, and then we're also going to put little tiny dots. I like how cute the Kodiak's eyes look with the little reflection in it. He looks like a bear. He's a cute bear. We all got to go sometimes. Might as well enjoy your time here, lol. Yes, consume the paint. Okay, so we're back to the Mad Cat Mark II. We're going to start with a little bit of water. We're going to go back to our Calidor Sky. And same deal. We're going to start with it in the crevice in the corner. And try to get it in the frame, of course. And start it from that corner. We're going to kind of glaze it out. Let's see what I'm doing here. Trying to strike a balance between seeing what I'm doing and also showing it to y'all. And you can see this is kind of rough. This is very, very rough. I'm not going for perfect blends here. Just getting it in the corner. And then when they're the larger windows like this, you can go back in with a freshly cleaned brush and feather the tips a bit. And now we're going to go into our blue. And we're going to steal a little bit of that white and brighten it up. Maybe 2 layers. I didn't have to add water to this one because I'm using white ink here, so it thins out the paint as well. And now same deal. Right in that corner. I may have gone a step too far, so we're going to go back to the blue. Add a little more blue. Come back to this boy. And try and get like a mid blue. Same deal. Stick into the corners. Stick into the corners. Little bits of blue. And now we'll go back to that color again, add a little more white. And just in the very, very corner. See if I can't do this on camera. It's too much, so I'll lick the paint off and then go back and remove some of the paint. There we go. Same deal. Corners, 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 corners. In all the corners. Now we'll go back to our pure white. Careful not to hit the blue. Same deal. We're going to go to that opposite side where it's dark, and we're going to put a little tiny dot of white. Yeah. Little dots of white. Little dots of white. Little dots of white. The tiniest little dots of white. They're actually kind of big, but, you know, they're good enough. The thing is, we want to sell that this is glass or canopy jeweling at a distance. And I think that successfully does it. They're not going to hold up to scrutiny up close, unfortunately. Yeah, let me move that back into frame, yeah. But, you know, across the table I can see that it's achieving what I want it to. Alright, and last on these cockpits, I'm going to grab this red and I'm going to clean up any spillover. Being as careful as I can to not catch any of the blue. Still using my tiny brush here, my 20O liner. And actually, I guess while I'm on the topic, let me tell you about these brushes. So this is the Real Value set from the Princeton Art and Brush Co. They're synthetic, so it's golden Taklon, so they're going to wear out. But in this set, for $8.99, you're going to get a 20O liner, a 3O round, a 3 round, a 0 wedge, and a 12O fan brush. The fan brush, you know, you don't really need, but these 4 brushes right here, they're going to get the work done. That 3 brush, amazing. It's super sharp tip. It's got a really fat bottom, so it holds a lot of paint. You can get you can even get detail work done with it. And then the 3O is great for starting fine details. And then that 20O liner, nothing beats having a 20O in your collection for dotting pupils, putting specular highlights on stuff. Yeah, it's good to have one. And you know, if your 3O or your 3 brush even is sharp enough to get detail work done, you won't be tempted to batter up your 20O liner, painting in details. Anyhow, we've cleaned that one up. Now we need to clean up this guy, and I think I'm gonna do some cheeky little edge highlights on this guy real quick, like. So we've got our Uniform Green by Vallejo. I'm gonna go about 60-40 paint to water. So like a fat drop of paint and then a smaller drop of water. And we're gonna go back to our boy here. And we're gonna start correcting these spray overs. Let me try and keep that in the shot as well. Because this one I definitely went outside the lines on a few of these canopy bits. Let's do that. And I think, because this one is so monotone, I think I'm going to put a few strategic edge highlights on it to try and sell the illusion that it's got, you know, a little more effort in it than it actually does. I mean, ideally it'd look great if you took the time and edge highlighted every panel, GW style, but I mean, I didn't charge $100 for this one model, you know. So I think that we kind of want the focus here. So we'll put some edging here and there, and then maybe a little bit right here. A little bit of edge highlighting. I'm not doing the whole mech, just like where I want to focus, where I want to draw focus, which is usually the head and a little bit of the center torso. Direwolf's a little weird because like the head, it kind of is the torso region on that you'd have on the other models. I'm off the frame again. So what we're gonna do is just quickly give these panels a little bit of love. Most of the time you're gonna be looking down at this panel, just like, what'd you call that, an armored cow? Does a Daishi have an armored cow? Is that one of the quirks it has? I wonder. Let me know down below if you know. I guess I could look it up, but I'd rather paint. I know the Cyclops has an armored cow. Don't know about our friend the Daishi. Alright, so just blasting along. Let's see, how long have I been at this now? When we start? A little after 9 p.m. local time. Kind of cutting it a little close, I think, on like paying for my time. Generally, I want to make at least $10 an hour while I'm painting models. And this one is turning out to be a little more, we're getting close to that. I think, let's see. I think I lose money in that regard if I'm just doing one model. Like there's no way I'm doing a single model in 2.5 hours. Not to any like acceptable level of detail. But if you throw in a few other models and you work on them all at the same time, you start to get some returns on your time. Like you start to cut some corners and get really efficient in going back and forth, and all of a sudden your painting will pay decently. So let's say I'm working on 3 models and I've charged my standard rate of $25 a piece, which is currently the standard rate for a single model on my Fiverr gig. You want you a mech painted and shipped, and you just, even if you just want one, go and check it out, because at some point in the near future I'm going to restructure prices to better compensate me for my time. But for now, you want a steal of a deal on a single model painted by yours truly here at Country Fried Minis, just check it out. Head on over my Fiverr link. It's available in the description, I think, of this video, as well as, well, basically every other video. Check out the gig. If some of the other options appeal to you, check them out. And it doesn't cost anything to send me an inquiry. So hit the link, send me an email through it, and we can work out something and get your vision rendered into a beautiful, exquisite model, including a full video production. One of the options I offer is a tab for your model to turn your creation, your vision, into a video, a full produced video on Country Fried Mini. So check it out if you'd like. For now, it's still very, very competitively priced. So, where was I? Oh yeah, I was talking about the current single model for $25 rate. That's printed, painted, shipped. So it's definitely at a loss if I paint just one. But let's say you bought 3. This is not exactly that case. This is a special case because I had to pick up the models from Catalyst and not 3D print them. But let's just use the number 3 as an example, not referring to these specific models, but in 7.5 hours, I can definitely finish to completion 3 models. And for me, personally, that's still making $10 an hour. That's well worth it for my time. I don't need a bunch of money. I just like to cover some of the costs and pay for a little bit of my time. And that works. So that's kind of like, you know, there's a bit of give and take there. Like, what is your time worth to you? I'd love to charge, you know, double that. But then I gotta put in a little more effort. I guess I don't gotta put in the effort, but I'd feel really guilty doing like my tabletop standard level for double that. So currently it remains terribly affordable. Of course, the bread and butter there is that I sell Lance deals that's where it is. That's what it's all about. Because I save a lot of time doing ranked painting techniques and whatnot. Okay, so Daishi has a little bit of edge highlighting on top. Not going to kill ourselves there. It's enough to draw the eye, enough to break up the patchiness of this bit here. Yeah, so I think these boys are mostly complete. Let me double down on this edge here and clean it up a bit. Okay. Now we need to sponge chipping. So I need Hull Red, and I need, where's she at? I need black. Do Hull Red and black, and then make sure I have a little piece of sponge, which I thought I did. Where's she at? Where's my sponge? There she is. Okay, here we go. So this is kind of my go-to tone. It works on more or less any model. I think we could get into some trouble here with the Kodiak, because he's speckled anyways. So it might detract from it. But we'll try to make it work. We're going to take a little bit of black and a little bit of whole red. So kind of my thinking there is it's going to evoke like not only a raw steel, but like or not a raw steel, but like a kind of an oxide primer, like tanks, like the German tanks from World War II would use, but maybe a little darker. So the black helps it evoke like raw steel. All right, so let's. Camera's at a weird angle. Okay, we'll get that going. Gonna get a new paper towel. And we're gonna take our piece of foam here from an army case and kind of rough it up. Rough it up and get the edges more irregular. Okay, that's good there. And as if we were dry brushing, we're now going to dip our sponge into that brand new color. And we're going to get rid of most of that off of there. And you see it's like a almost black, rich, dark brown. And once it's mostly removed, we're going to take our model and we're going to kind of jab at it in a few spots. Very light touch, but definitely I don't mean to keep hitting the camera either, but you wanna catch those edges. You catch those edges all about. And you do the hokey pokey and you turn yourself about, and that's what it's all about. And you want to get those chipping effects on the model. And often it's a matter of like less is more here. It's very easy to overdo this. It's very easy to have too much paint on your sponge. But I don't know if that even shows up on the camera, but come on, that looks so cool. I don't think it does show up. It also helps to like cover over some of your crimes in like spots that maybe could have used a little extra love and care. There we go. That's enough on that one. We'll move on to the Mad Cat. Give it the same treatment. Make sure it's mostly off and peck at the model a few times. Now it's okay if you hit the silver spots with this. It still looks fine. But you want to be very careful to not catch the cockpit. You can get near it, but if you end up catching it, it's gonna look weird. Not gonna look great. Okay. Mad Cat got some chips. Kodiak, I'm a little concerned about it because he's so speckled. I'm worried it's going to look not great, but it should still like concentrate it at the edges, which will look good in theory. Kodiak is a bespeckled mess. Not really fully satisfied with this paint job. Very hard thing to replicate. And in fact, I think the Kodiak is going to warrant a few little touches here. So I'm going to go back in with a brush and like put some dots. Put some dots. Make it look a little more like the art that was there. It had like big clusters of the almost digital camouflage. So that's what we're doing now. Go back and put these little dots. Maybe even go into this area where the black is. Put some dots on it. I hate to spend this extra time on the model, but it warrants it. It needs to look good. It needs to look acceptable. And the chipping in this particular instance on the Kodiak does not look good. Or is not adding to the effect, I should say. So I'm going to take a little time. Just put a whole bunch of little dots. Whole bunch of little dots. Dots. I'm really hoping in the end that the oil wash just like brings this whole thing together. But I can tell already that just these like little speckles of the lighter brown are helping this thing stand out. Let's do dip top, deep top, deep pop, beep. And then down here, dots. Definitely should it's a technique to learn. I need to learn it a little better, how to do the digital camo effect. Oh, excuse me. I'm definitely feeling it. It's been a long day. And we've still got a few steps to go before I can call it a night. But we're getting so tantalizingly close. Let's do that. Dot. Okay, Kodiak. Get some dots. More dots. Dots. Bing, bang, boom. Alright. And then we'll do the same thing. Every dots. Yes, that's where we're at. So we're going back in with the Mornfang Brown now, and kind of in the same regions. We're gonna provide some more dots. Just very quick work. As fast as I can manage. So from here, I think what'll come next is I need to make sure the bases are blackened again. No, I think I got to do that after the oil wash. First, in the immediate future, is putting dots on this Kodiak. Kind of really helping sell that idea of the camo pattern he had showed me. You know, good enough. It's a 6mm model that's going to be viewed from half a table away, and you know, I wasn't paid for museum quality. Just good enough will do. And then we'll put some dots on this side. And that one's got a nice array of black dots, so this side gets some dots too. You know, it is remarkable that the dots here have done their job. They've broken up the silhouette pretty well. It's a hot mess, that's for sure. All right, and then finally, we want a few black dots in the same areas. Maybe kind of clustered. You know, it's remarkable sometimes how, like, you come up with an idea to do these techniques and then you end up having to pivot anyways and just do what you should have done in the first place. But hey, it is, you live and learn, and such is life and all that jazz. This would definitely be a lot easier on, like, I don't know, some Tyranids, where you could kind of direct the spots in a orderly pattern. That's good enough. Looks good to me. Looks better than it did. He's got spots. He's got little speckles. There's a few stray ones on the chest here. I'm going to accent with the XV88 first. Let's do that. And then we'll go with the Mournfang Brown. Same deal, same area. Ow. Kerpla. And then we'll go back to the black and same deal. Little spots. Just breaking it up some. Alright. Looks, I mean, good enough. A little disappointed with it, to be honest. But, you know, don't know till you try, I suppose. Okay. Those are readied up. So, I think that's the last step on the models themselves before another round of airbrushing. So let's move all this out the way. This out the way, these out the way, models out the way. Uh-oh, my neighbors are throwing things around again. I have the worst upstairs neighbors. They're so awful. They smash things and they throw things and they stomp and scream and argue. It's just, oh, they're so good. So awesome living under them. Anyhow, I think I need one of my gloves. I need one of my gloves again from earlier. I'm literally digging it out of my trash can. At least the left glove. Protect my hand. Put it on correctly. And then I need my respirator.
Pop the fuse, put this in. I think it looks legit. It's kind of working. All right. Earlier this wasn't a problem, so I hope you can still hear me all right. So now these models would be as good as done. Really, they could fully just be done at this point. But I want to give them that little bit extra. And to achieve that, what I'm going to do is hit them with an oil wash. And for me, an oil wash is always going to begin with a certain step. So let's put the airbrush back together. This thing still needs a real thorough cleaning. Still really needs a clean. Okay, turn on the compressor. And what we're going to use is Winsor & Newton Gallery acrylic gloss varnish. This stuff is going to create a nice shiny shellac that's going to help. It's going to help the materials flow really nicely. And we're going to hit these models with a shiny shellac. Let's do this. Kodiak coated. Direwolf. Direwolf coated. Hey, my neighbors are throwing shit. All right, so let's hit them again. And then we can pour out the excess. And we're gonna try to pretend like my neighbors upstairs aren't throwing furniture around. You know, it's really funny how I was gonna comment that I almost feel like the bad guy for using a compressor at 2 o'clock in the morning. But I hear things being thrown around and furniture being moved upstairs. Okay. That's that with those. And I'm realizing that these need to cure. So let's get them out of the spray booth. Let's get them out of the spray booth and pick up our spray booth. Toss it down. And I think what we'll do is show you how to mix up an ink wash or an oil wash before I log off for the evening. And hopefully this will cure enough that I can actually apply it to them. But so what you're going to want is a nice disposable container. And then you're going to want the... I just broke something. I just knocked the model off. Just broke a model. And I have no idea where the base went. Oh well, it's gone now. It's in another dimension. Hey, can y'all hear that slamming and banging? Yeah, I just broke a model. Well, I didn't break the model. I dropped the base. It's gone. Oh well. It's 25mm round. I'm sure it's in here. But anyhow, what is going on with the angle of my camera here? Is that any better? Did I make it worse? Yeah, yeah, it's just a base. I can replace, even if I can't find it, I can replace it. Let's see.
Is the air breathable?
The air is breathable. So
let's do that. Okay, so what you're going to want to do is earlier I had put the oil paint out on this little scrap of cardboard. I don't know, like 2 hours ago. Anytime that happens to me, the thing is wrecked. Yeah, it's my sleeve caught it, and it is. Oh, what I'm gonna do? Get upset about it? I could, but that wouldn't be productive. Anyhow, we got the oil paint that we put out earlier. As you can see, the cardboard has really sucked a lot of the linseed oil out of it, and what that's going to do is it's going to help these to dry a lot faster, which oil paint is kind of notorious for taking forever to dry. I guess that's its like advantage. But we're going to take our Winsor & Newton Artist White Spirit, mineral spirits, and we're going to pipette out some. And this stuff, it does have some fumes, but it's not too bad in the quantities that I'm using it here. Plus the room is kind of big and open. And I think 3 little pumps of it is enough right there. And what we're going to want to do is turn this into a really saturated but super thin wash. And I have a dedicated brush for this that is just icky blackness. Because this will ruin your brushes. So, you want a brush for this purpose. And then the lamp black is much stronger than the burnt sienna. So we're going to want like a 1:4 ratio maybe. So we're going to put in our burnt sienna paint. Stir it till we have a nice goopy mix, a nice saturated but very thin wash. And we can test it on the cardboard here. It even could use a little bit more. Need it very, very saturated. Because in the end, we're going to remove most of it. Of course, y'all aren't going to see that, because once I apply this, the stream will cut. Actually, I might have to cut it before that. Otherwise, we're going to be sitting here waiting on the varnish to cure. So we may be nearing the end here. But I think it's important to show this in real time, because I always cut it in the videos. Cut it very short. All right, we've got that mixed up, and we're going to take just the littlest bit of the lamp black here and toss it in there, and immediately it's going to turn into brackish, blackish gunk wash. This isn't quite Nuln Oil. Right now it's somewhere in between Agrex Earthshade and Nuln Oil. But it is maybe about right. I think just a tiny bit more black will do. And then you would apply these to the models and completely soak them, but they're still very tacky to the touch, and will probably be so for, I don't know. Actually, let's see if I can't accelerate this. I don't think it's going to work. I'll just set up all three. I mean, they're pretty close to ready, actually. Maybe this is working. I don't mean to keep bumping the camera either. Okay. No worries, homie. I gotta get moving. My eyes are heavy. Lol, night. Hey, thank you so much for coming on in, Tuck. This has been a real treat to have you here. For folks who have found this stream through the algorithm, make sure to check out Battlebound. Head on over and give that content a watch. And toss a sub if you ain't already. It's really fantastic stuff. I can't recommend it enough. All right, so this is actually working. This is surprising, and it's working. It's working. It's working. Challenge to the chat to post your favorite Star Wars Episode 1 quote. Unironically, my favorite Star Wars movie. Okay. Well, this worked. This worked. We're sitting here watching paint dry, but it did work. They are not tacky to the touch anymore. Maybe like 1%. So, I hope that's enough cardboard there. It should be. So we're going to take our newly made goopy wash and we're going to coat these models in it. And just, I mean, coat these models in it. I really should be wearing a glove here, but whatever. Because right after this, we're calling the stream. Setting these to dry. Because I need they need to dry at least 2 hours, so at this time of night, they're just going to dry overnight until I get up tomorrow, and then I can submit the paint jobs to the client. From here, this oil wash, and actually I'm looking at it, I didn't quite make it pigment rich enough. Probably should have put a little more in it, but it's fine. They'll look fine. They'll stain the models really nicely, and then after they've had at least 2 hours to dry, we'll go back in with a nice soft piece of cloth or makeup sponge or Q-tips, whatever your preferred instrument is, and some more of that artist white spirit, and we can remove most of this wash. In fact, almost all of it. Hardly any is going to remain on the models, but what remains is going to be concentrated on the lower reaches. And then we let that cure up, and I'm going to go back with my in with my matte medium or matte varnish, and we'll put a nice flat coat over top of the models. Maybe touch the cockpits with gloss varnish, and they will be done. And this is definitely one of those moments where it's like, oh no, I've ruined my models. No, it'll look great. It's well worth it. Unfortunately, it's not something I can show live on the stream because it takes some time, and we still got to do the bases, and the bases are going to be a little bit of the Astro Granite, followed up by, I don't know, some ruins, some stones, stuff like that. maybe a little bit of grass tufts. I'm going to go ahead and preemptively wick away some of this stuff off the cockpits as much as I can. We'll remove all of the oil wash from the faces and like the upper torsos. All right. Well, in any case, this has been a long stream. And any of you have found this via the algorithm and are watching this, expect more of these in the future. I'm thinking that there's no reason not to just convert my time in the studio into paintin streams, especially late night. So for those of you who are not in the US, you know, that just because it's late here doesn't mean I'm not going to be streaming. It's 2:20 a.m. right now. I've been at this for about 5 hours. So currently these models are in quite the profitable range for me at the moment. I probably have another half hour of work in them. So that means, again, using that figure of if I was doing 3 models for $75, I want to make $10 an hour. This would be above that. So good profitable time. Just, you know, a little food for thought if you do your own commissions. And if you want to pick up your own country fried commissions, check my link over out at Fiverr.com. Link in the description. It's in the description of almost every video at this point. Hit it up, send me a custom request, or check out my default order options. I can hook it up for you. We can negotiate almost any project you would so desire. Furthermore, we're going to do another call out for channel membership. You can now join up as a member of the Country Fried Minis community for as little as $1 a month, and that's going to give you access to some channel badges, as well as exclusive biscuit emojis and access to the Discord. Furthermore, members of the Steak Biscuits tier for $5 a month will gain access to discounts in the Threadless store. So you'll get all Country Fried Miniatures merchandise at cost. No profit to me, as a thanks for joining the community. And you'll also be considered for community stream events going forward. We're looking at perhaps doing some tabletop RPGs with community members, maybe some Mega Mech games, who knows, stuff like that in the future. So check it out if you want to become a channel member. I will be eternally thankful for your participation. Furthermore, if you want to contribute but don't want to do the monthly commitment, make sure to check out the Super Thanks option that goes directly to me, and you'll be called out in future content for adding your thanks. In any case, I've been Cameron on behalf of Country Fried Minis. It's been a long stream tonight. Super long stream. And we're going to call it for the evening. And I will catch y'all in the future. Anyhow, hey, remember to be happy while you're painting. And remember that your participation in these streams makes me happy while I'm painting. Anyhow, take it easy, y'all. Catch you around next time.